It's gonna be the final showdown here for this Duel League 2023. And this is the last and final day. I'm getting quite emotional here, Wasabi. I mean, after a very lengthy tournament we have, it's gonna be coming to an end. But before that, we're gonna be having five more last runs here for tonight. And we are the English voices here on this broadcast. I am the Warden, and beside me is gonna be Wasabi Gaming. And this is gonna be our last and final run, Wasabi.
It's pretty sad that the tournament's coming to the end, but I'm actually very excited who is going to be our winner for week number 2 because right now it's going to actually be 4 Miracle Vibes on the running for that top number 1 spot. But of course, we don't know what to expect because there's still 5 more games for the night.
Yeah, I mean, overall, we have a clinch here between Four Miracle Vibes and Salwart Esports. Aegon XH, shockingly, they have put themselves into the mix. And there's just so much things going on in here from the background. I don't know if you can hear this, Wasabi, but that's just an alerting call here that trouble is about to come here for this last and very run. Aegon XIA on number 3 is so alerting for me. Alter Ego Ares down below. Bigatron Red Villains on number 5. 7-9 on number 6. CMF XGSM on number 7 and FaZe Clan down below on the first half of the bracket.
I mean, Agonai 8, they just made such a good recovery yesterday. Unfortunately, we didn't have an English broadcast yesterday, but we did miss the fact that Agonai 8, they got 2 wins yesterday alone, and that's why they were able to make their way up to slot number 3 as of right now.
And Aegon XA coming from the side of Pakistan, so far they've been able to put the most impact on Miramar. And guess what? I think they can offer more here onto the table, but before that, they got to go through the 4 matches in total. So I don't exactly know what to expect here. So far, I've been so overwhelmed with the whole possibilities that these three teams here on the top 3 position can just battle things out. But obviously, at the same time, Four Miracle Vibes has been the most cohesive unit, all because of the fact that they are so well renowned to being able to put up those elimination points. 113 is the name of the game for them. And down below, we got Salwart Esports in 94, 74 for the set of Egg on XA8, 72 for the set of Alter Ego Ares, and the rest goes on.
Yep, and look at this. There's actually going to be about a 20-point gap between For Miracle Vibes and Stalwart Esports, which again is not too big. Same goes with Agonai 8 and Stalwart Esports, about 20 points there as well. And this is going to be about one very, very good match or about 2 mid matches. So it really depends how they're going to play that out. But expect a lot of changes when it comes to our top 4 because they're still pretty close to one another.
Oh yeah, I mean overall, the points here are not too far apart here. I mean for the overall board at least, no. And looking at the schedule that we have here, we're gonna be having Miramar, Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk, and Erangel. And typically we are gonna be starting things off with A, B, C, D, A, C, D, E, and overall it's gonna be a battle for rotations here as time passes by. So on the first match, you're not gonna be expecting the group of Alter Ego Ares, D Xavier, 1-for-1 official, and CMF X GSM to play it out here on this first round.
Yep, we'll have to wait till later to see them, but we are going to be seeing the players from Bigatron Red Villains as well as Sem9, Sersha Esports, 7th Element, Precision Evos, Hale Esports, NB Esports, IHC Esports, Morph GPX, FaZe Clan, Genesis Esports, Agonai 8, as well as Salwart Esports, For Miracle Vibes, Yodu Alliance, and Vampire Esports. But now we are going to take a quick look at page number 2 of the overall leaderboards. A little bit of shifts between these two teams, between the teams on the second page, but not really too much movement between them. As you can see, on the right side of the table, there's going to be those plus ones, minus ones. There's not too much movement. Maybe at most a 2 placement movement between each teams.
And at some point as well, it's going to be a 2 point differential here, comparing from the 72 points for the set of D Xavier, 1-for-1 official with 75, 77 for the set of IHC, and 79 for the set of Sersha. So there's really just very little movements here in regards to the points, but at the same time, if all of a sudden by miracle one of these teams can just rack up like what 50 points in total, they are going to be able to secure themselves a very convincing placement on the next page of the board itself. But At the same time, it's looking quite bleak for them, but we don't want to throw any shades against these teams because miracles can surely happen.
Yeah, that is for sure. We have to watch out for what's possible. And we have to also mention that Genesis Esports, Hill Esports, and NB Esports, all three teams at 85 points. And if they want to make it into the page number one, FaZe Clan is just 3 points above them. So they definitely have an opportunity to slowly climb their way back into the first page. And well, if they do really good today and have a very good day for themselves, they might be able to even inch close towards that top four spots. But right now, we're gonna take a quick look at the MVP race because these players, they're trying to compete right now for $100 straight into their pockets. Right now, on the running for the competition is going to be Ease from For Miracle Vibes, as well as Chocolate from Stalwart Esports, and lastly, Doc from For Miracle Vibes as well. And as you can see here, the MVP points between Doc and Choconaut are very, very close, but East has a really wide gap between the other two.
It's gonna take a hell of a fight for Choconaut X to be able to overshadow and take the spotlight out away from East here. But at the same time, this is the trio that we all have been seeing for the most of it, at least for the entirety of the competition here for this Dual League 2023. It always has been the three competition, Chalkonaut X on the middle. But we move back now to the head-to-head here, East and Chalkonaut X specifically. It's only going to be a 5 kill differential here between Chalkonaut X and East. And overall, the longevity here is going to be a bit lopsided for set of Chalkonaut X. But at the same time, things can go sideways here for East, especially if they're not going to be able to perform.
Yeah, definitely opportunity for Choco not to catch up to East if he's able to rack up that many games, that many eliminations in the next couple of games, maybe even keep up with East and gain more. But aside from getting those eliminations, he also needs to, learn to stay alive a little bit longer. There's about a 2 minute difference there between the two teams, the two players. But when it goes to their respective teams, for Miracle Vibes and Stalwart Esports, you can see where the difference between the two teams gets even larger. Look at this. The eliminations between Stalwart Esports and For Miracle Vibes, that is going to be about a 19-point gap. And when it goes to the damage dealt, it's going to be about 1,000 point difference, 1,300-ish. And the average time survived, that's where it's pretty close because these two teams usually are up there in the scoreboard, usually top one, maybe two, maybe three, but they usually have a relatively long survival time.
The identicality of these two teams are very, very spot on here. I mean, after all, they share the same strategies, offering a pinch or a split, coming in from like the second to the last circle. And till then, the map control has been so phenomenal to see as well because, they never really get into a clash where they don't have no upper edge. So it's going to be pretty interesting here if they are going to be the last two teams kicking it out. After all, they are basically tied up in regards to the overall, rundown here for this competition, especially for this next 5 rounds. So it's going to be tough to call on what kind of difference can these two teams make from one another. But overall, we don't want to focus the spotlight too much here for the set of Miracle Vibes and Stalwart Esports. Aegon XIA, they're still trying to climb here to put themselves into the mix.
Yep, definitely still trying to get into there. But, these two teams, Stalwart Esports and For Miracle Vibes, they're going to both be in Group D, which means they will be playing game 1, 2, and 3, as well as the last game. We won't really find out till the very end what they are going to get. But right now, we're going to take a quick look at the point system. Of course, there's going to be your placement points. First place gets 10 points, second place gets 6, third gets 5, fourth gets 4 points, fifth place gets 3 points, sixth place gets 2 points, 7 to 8 gets 1 point, and everyone below gets none unless they get eliminations. When you get an elimination, that's 1 point per kill that you're able to get to your side. And so that means eliminations is going to be a huge boost to the number of points people are able to get if they're not really able to place very high in the tournament. But of course, that's also going to be a very difficult thing to achieve.
I had a very fair conversation as well with Aston, coming in from one of the broadcasts during week number 2, if I'm not mistaken, and me and him did agree that elimination points are truly the meta here if you want to make an impact for the competition for the Duo League 2023. But what's in line for this tournament on not just you being the crown kings here for this Duo League 2023, it's obviously going to be the prize pool. And so far we have $900 for the champions coming in from the week 1 and week 2 winners. Runner up will get 500, 300 for the set of the second runner ups. Fourth position will get 200, and the top fragger or the MVPs will be able to get 100. Keep in mind, MVP, not MVPs. We're only going to be giving $100 to the very top player itself. And overall, if you are able to dominate the week number 1 and week number 2, if you're able to rack up those points in a very convincing manner, you are going to be able to get an additional of 1,500 for the champions.
Yep, and that is a lot of money for anyone in this tournament, and I'm sure everyone is eyeing on that opportunity to be able to win some extra cash to their side. But right now, today, this is going to be our schedule for today. First map going straight into Miramar, followed by Erangel, and then back into Miramar. And for a short break, we're gonna go into Sandhawk, that small compact and competitive map that everyone loves. Then for the last and final match of the night, we are going to be going straight into Arangel again.
It's something that the casters love to see here for Sandhog, but a very disastrous, filled with nightmare map here for Sandhog. I mean, after all, you never really want to bounce into the action and then all of a sudden, by surprise, from the back lines, you're going to get backstabbed with like multiple squads. So let's see who will be able to put up an impact for that one. And honestly, I'm going to be leaning towards Four Miracle Vibes because they do have the gunfights to back themselves up, the awareness as well. Could be on par for Salwart Esports, but gotta choose one side here. Four Miracle Vibes all the way through. But in regards to the rundown here for both Erangel, I have my eyes locked on for Salwart Esports.
I definitely think they're one to watch out for. I mean, considering that they were able to win first place in week number 1, and right now they're sitting at the second spot, it's definitely a huge possibility that they're going to be able to climb their way up to first place. But first, of course, they'll have to deal with the players of Four Miracle Vibes and somehow gain those points that they lack to be able to catch up to Four Miracle Vibes.
Yeah, and we move over to the overall run now here for the set of Miramar. Honestly, we might just be able to see a kicker as well from set of Egon XI8. After all, this is the squad that I'm going to be eyeing out for the most, especially in regards to racking up this elimination points. But in regards to them here making an impact so far, it has been Alter Ego Ares leading the Crusade, having 6 eliminations in average, alongside with Four Miracle Vibes on 7, Stalwart on 7 as well. Egon XA will falter just a little bit on 4, but at the same time, they do belong in the top 4 here for the set of Miramar.
Well, either way, if they're on that top 4 or not, they're definitely a team to watch out for, considering that yesterday they had a very good vibe. I'm not sure if they're able to bring that same momentum into this next game, but they did win a match of Miramar yesterday, Agonai 8, and they're someone that you have to watch out for, especially with how much is in the running right now, considering it's the last and final day of the competition.
And there is very little room now to work around with. One round can absolutely make a difference, whether can you reign supreme or you not just, being able to put up the impact, being stale here on the board. Are they going to settle for that? I don't think so. And we don't exactly know that. Maybe the top 4 of the overall board coming from the first page will not be able to, or will they be able to put up a fight? Because after all, everyone is hungry here to put themselves into the mix. The thing that I love so much here about the Duo League 2023 is that with every players, with every squad that put themselves into the mixture, they play so committed, they play so passionately.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is the big leagues. Of course, they should be playing passionately, but of course, either way, we really love seeing how much passion they have, how much drive they have in every single game. And you can really see that every single team, they're putting their best foot forward, putting so much effort. Even those who are struggling, who are in the bottom of the boards, they don't give up. They continue to play, they continue to fight, they try different strategies and try to learn from their mistakes to try and slowly climb up the leaderboards.
And climbing is something that is just so prevalent here in this competition. And if you want to talk about climbing, you got to draw this one back once more for a set of Egg on XA8, because we started off the week with them not really being able to even make it past the upper half of the overall scoreboard, to them actually being part of the top three of the competition now. So really huge props to them on this one. And soon enough, we are going to be moving back to the very game itself, heading straight here to the side of Miramar. And, Wasabi, neglecting Stalwart, Egg on XA8, Four Miracle Vibes, and Alter Ego Ares. Which team do you think will be able to put up the impact?
That is a very, very difficult question. I don't know. I think I have to go with maybe possibly 1 for 1. I know they've won a couple games of Miramar before. Possibly also the players on the side of Agonai 8, or that's definitely a team to watch out for, I guess.
Yeah, it's safe to say, after all, this is a battle with pride and dignity here between Egg on X8 and 1 for 1 official, coming from the same country here. So regardless of who's going to be able to win, it's going to be pretty impressive to see for this one. And now, guys, ladies and gentlemen, once more, games about to start here on the first round, coming in for the last day of this very event. May it be the four teams that we mentioned earlier, or may it be someone else. It doesn't matter. It's all going to come down to who's going to be able to glorify themselves before they go out of this very tournament. Wasabi, are you ready to see some action?
I am very ready. In fact, I'm more
Okay.
than ready right now. I just want to go straight into the game. I don't want to keep waiting any longer, but I guess we do have to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, just a little bit, just a little bit. Take time. Take a chill pill. Reciprocate what's about to happen here. The energy is getting flooded into my veins, honestly. And guys, to everyone here on the YouTube comment section right now for the set of Esports County, show some energy here on the comment section down below, because we absolutely need it. The players needs it, the squads need it here, the production needs it obviously as well. So I can't wait to see this one to get on going. Wasabi, wasabi, wasabi. That came just a day late here or for this tournament. Unfortunately, you were able to catch most of the actions here. You were able to catch most of the changes, most of the heavy hitters, most of the teams that fell down in the midst of the tournament. So, are you ready to see more changes?
Definitely ready. I mean, if there's one thing I've learned so far is that PUBG is very unpredictable, and I don't know, it's hard to make guesses, especially when you ask me to predict who's gonna win. I don't really know because it's really up to the players in the game, and of course, the flight paths, the where the storm is going to start, where the circle is going to land, and all of those different aspects is going to change up the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about aspects or common denominators or common factors on what can change off the game, it's honestly just all going to come down to decision making, the luck involved as well in regards to the drop zones and the overall, flight path. So let's see if it's going to be the same old punishing flight path where it goes totally the opposite to where the initial circle will be, or will it just be something that will be leading everyone to one vicinity to battle it out, to prove themselves worthy here on this Dual League 2023?
Well, we'll have to wait and find out. But before we go into the next match, guys, well, actually, the first match, I just want to remind everyone that this tournament is sponsored and brought to you by Mountain Dew. Thank you also to Esports County for hosting this tournament and making it possible. And once again, I'm your caster, Wasabi Gaming. With me is Warden, and we're going to be your voices for tonight. So, guys, I hope you really enjoy the next couple of matches.
Yeah, I mean, and you're bound to enjoy this one. After all, this is the last 5 matches here for this Dual League 2023. Keep in mind, 2023, because we might just have another season as well here for Dual League 2023, but 2024 could be the case, 2025. We don't exactly know, but it's not something for us to say. You just have to make sure that you follow Esports County and overall Mountain Dew so you guys are able to hold on to the latest updates.
Yep, and also, if I'm not mistaken, Esports County also has an upcoming tournament community start season 2. So guys, stay tuned for that as well. Stay posted by following the social media platforms of Esports County and watch out for updates.
Yeah, I mean, overall, there's just plenty of things lined up for us, and I'm pretty excited on what's about to come as well with our journey here for PUBG Mobile here, Wasabi, because after all, a bit of an exposure here. This is our first time working together in this very title, and even throwing you under the bus. This is your first PUBG Mobile event. Props to you for making it through.
I mean, it was pretty a surprise considering 2 Fridays ago you called me 2 minutes before the broadcast to come and cast with you a game that I do not play at all. But nonetheless, I am enjoying it so much, having so much fun here, learning about these teams, doing some research about the game, about the teams, about the maps, and the different ways that this game can be played out.
Yeah, I mean, overall, you get to see a bit of a different nature in regards to the strategies. There is, once again, a bit of luck involved here into the mixture, but it's so impressive to see how teams here are able to manipulate the zone for themselves, how they're able to manipulate the whole drops as well. It's really phenomenal to see, and it takes a lot of skill for these players here or these squads to really be able to rack up these actions, because come again, a game like PUBG Mobile, you don't really expect a lot of things to happen, especially on the first paces. But coming in from the very first match that I got to watch, there was a lot of actions already up ahead. A lot of things were faltering, all because of the fact that the zone or the drop wasn't really favored for them, and even then, even if odds was against them, they are so able to recover from that very situation. It goes to show what kind of train of thought that these players here are offering to the table, and guess what? It actually works out.
Yep, definitely. But Warden, I think I have a little bit of disappointing news to share with you right now.
What?
I just got a message that we are going to be taking a very very short break, possibly to fix some connection issues between the players in the game. But of course, production has already started working on it, trying to find solutions on it, and we will be right back.
Okay, we'll be right back, guys. Be right back. Okay, there might just be a bit of an anticlimactic situation, but fortunately, we're back on the deck here, approaching to the first match here of the grand finale of the Do League 2023. And once more, may I introduce us, Wasabi? I am the Warden, and once again, this is Wasabi here. We are the voices of the English broadcast.
Yep, and so that just means you're going to be stuck with us for the rest of the night if you do want to watch the English broadcast. But guys, we also have broadcasts in different languages, so go check them out if you prefer that. But of course, we'd love if you stay here.
I think people would like you to be around here, especially coming from the message of what do you call this? Which where was it? I think it was from Yuden. Can I have a girl like this, caster, beautiful and kind?
Well, it depends
Yes.
if you can find
And
one. That's a question.
no, don't need to find one. We're here in the English broadcast.
Yep, so if you stay around, you can. Yeah, I guess that works.
I mean, for the next 4 hours and so on, you can savor the presence of Wasabi here, guys. And that's just the testament as well, guys. Stick around, enjoy the broadcast, enjoy the teams, enjoy the overall squads and the production, and overall the casters as well, because we are going to be the last batch of casters here that will be offering the action for tonight.
Yep, but once again, guys, we are going to be having our first map in Miramar in just a couple minutes. The teams that will be playing is Group A, B, C, and D, which means the players of Bigatron Red Villains, Sem9, Sersha Esports, 7 Element, Precisia Evos, Hale Esports, NB Esports, IHC Esports, Morph GPX, FaZe Clan, Genesis Esports, and Agonai 8, as well as the players from Salwart Esports, For Miracle Vibes, Yodo Alliance, and Vampire Esports are going to be in this first game.
Yeah, and battling it out, and the teams that will be avoiding the action here coming from the very first round is going to be Alter Ego Ares, D, Xavier, 141 Official, and CMF XGSM. But rest assured, you guys will be seeing them for the rest of the fight here, coming in from the second to the fifth match. So if you guys are a fan of them, I know for a fact I'm a big fan of Alter Ego Ares. We are going to be seeing them play this one through. And as you did say, for the side of Group A, Group B will be playing for the side of Procedure Evos, Halo Esports, NB, and IHC, but they're not going to be present on towards the second round. Moreover, they're going to be moving over to the third to the fifth round.
Yep, and well, as we said a while ago, you guys definitely have to watch out because there's a lot of action that's going to be happening, as this is going to be the last 5 games of this whole tournament. And well, today is going to be the last day of the broadcast as well, and we're finally going to find out who among our teams and players are going to get that $1,500 to their pockets, as well as the weekly contribution of 900 US dollars, and of course the rest of the prize distribution.
Yeah, I mean, there is going to be plenty of cash into the mix here. But after all, one thing that everyone here that would love to get is obviously the entitlement of you becoming the champions of this very event as well. Because, if you were looking at all the grinds that was being able to put up coming in from the last 2 weeks that we have been able to see, it has been pretty played into, passion. Everyone has been so consistent. Everyone has been so committed to changing the tides up around. So, hey, if there's going to be any changes, we're open for it.
Yep, definitely very, very excited to see that. But once again, guys, before we head into the game, we're going to be talking very quickly about the current rankings of the leaderboards. On the top, it's going to be For Miracle Vibes with 166 points, followed by Salwart Esports with a 20-point gap between both of them. And after them, it's going to be Agon I8. After winning 2 matches yesterday, they're finally up on that third spot. And on fourth, it's going to be Alter Egos Aries. And those are the teams claiming the first to fourth spot right now. But again, no final tell on who is going to stay on those 4 spots when we end the day.
And once moreover, we are going to be talking about the top four teams here of this competition. For Miracle Vibes with 166, 20-point differential here between them and Salwart Esports, 146 for the set of Stalwart. Aegon X8 will have 124. Alter Ego Ares will not be trailing too far behind up against Aegon X8. They'll have 120 points. Bigatron Red Villains will have 107. Sim9 will have 105. 99 for the set of CMF X GSM and FAZE Clan with 88.
Yep, and so that is going to be the summary of the teams on the page number one. But as we move into page number two, Genesis Esports, Hale Esports, as well as NB Esports, all at that 85 points. Only a 3 gap point between them and the last team, FaZe Clan, on the first page. So that means that there's definitely a chance for them to climb and make their way into that first page. But of course, getting into the top four where you want to be is going to be a whole other story. And after that, we're going to be seeing Sersha Esports, followed by IHC Esports, 141 Official, D Savior, and on the bottom it's going to be Precision Evos. Although the gap between Precision Evos and D Savior is only 4 points, so that's still very small. I mean, in one game, if you win one game, that's 10 points plus whatever eliminations you get, which means they still have the opportunity to climb to the top of the second page or even to the first page.
But the matter here once more is really racking up those elimination points, because if you do win, it's only if you do win that lovely meal of a chicken dinner, you're only going to be racking up basically 10 elimination points, which is kind of a lot to be honest at the same time, but and it could really make the absolute difference. But if you're on the side of Salwart Esports, you'd want to get those wins and you'd want to have 10 elimination points in total. So hey, let's see if that's going to be a possibility here. I mean, after all, Salwart Esports is well renowned for getting those elimination points. In regards to winning off those rounds, pretty well spot on as well. But it's just going to be a matter of questioning, are they going to be able to perform just like how they've been doing? And now, finally, Wasabi, we are moving to the first match here of the grand finale of the Do League 2023, heading straight to Miramar. Wasabi, let's go.
And right now, we're taking a quick look at the flight path here as we try to figure out where exactly our players are going to be looking to drop. And as you can see here, we're pretty far off right now, and we aren't really seeing the overall map just yet. And right now, we do. But look at this, the path is so far off to the right side of the map. Not too many players able to reach that left side, especially El Pozo and those on the upper left side. That's going to be completely out of reach unless these teams get those vehicles in hand.
Now the drop will be commencing here. It's going to be Hale Esports dropping alongside with Prestige Evo. It's IHC alongside with more PPX now heading straight into the vicinity of Cruz del Vel alongside with Tierra Blanca as well. That's going to be heading straight to the northern side of the map. Moving over here to the central side, we do have a composition of Vampire Esports, Seventh Element, Sem9, and Genesis Esports. Down below here, right around the vicinity of Impala, it's going to be Sersha for you. Salwart Esports will be playing around the southern side of Los Leones, but for set of Aegon XA8 and Udu Alliance, they are going to be in the city itself. For set of Four Miracle Vibes, they are going to be gliding over to Chumaquera. For set of NB Esports, they're going to be between Four Miracle Vibes and Bigatron Red Villains.
But look at this, the circle finally shows up on our map, and it's going to be really focused on that Los Leones area and the surrounding towns as well. And that means none of our players are going to be going to the left side of the map, or even the upper left side of the game, completely out of it. But one thing is good for sure is that most of the teams are going to be inside that circle already, only with some of the players Morph and Prestige Evos as well as Hale outside of that circle. So not too many teams having to rotate, and well, we're going to be bound to see more action as most of these teams are relatively close by to one another.
And it's going to be a quick possible clash here between Prestige Evos and IHC Clan, as we get to see that, they're around the same vicinity. And the last time we got to see IHC, they haven't been they haven't been able to put up a really good fight, and looking like it's going to be the same case here up against Prestige Evos, as they do lose 2 players in the process already. And now it's going to be them trampled, pinched down, red face with a DBS looking to make the play, but the UMP tags him up. The OG shuts him down, and now it's going to be Lynx here holding his ground, looking to get the last and final finisher up against IHC. Demo OG wrapping around. Can he cut the chase? Zal actually still around the vicinity, and it's going to be a 2v3 for this time being.
And right now, we're about to see Demo peek out. He's going to be able to get one on Misery, and he's going to try and peek into the rest of the players of Precision Evos. We see a Link fall as well, and it looks like Precision Evo is going to be down to their last and final player. Demo here looking to finish the action and kill that last and final player, slowly pushing into that area, but unable to find him just yet. Looks like his teammate's going to be able to secure the kill. Precision Evo's out of the game early. 14 teams remain now.
And I thought that Clash right there will be owned by the side of Prestige Evos, but IHC, they get this one through. And they get the first 4 elimination points for this. What a quick run so far. And honestly, a bit of a shocking phase here for set of 7th Element, because they only have 2 players so far on this very round, so they don't really have the best spotlight here coming in for this grand finale, but at the same time, you know, things can still change. But with them only having 2 players, it's basically accepting defeat. But now we move over to the rotation here for the side of Sem9, and they don't really have any opposition to deal with. So, hey, keep it chill, avoid the gunfights, and the longevity might just come on here for this very squad.
And look at this, the players inside of Sem9, they're going to be very, very far from one another. Tammy here specifically going to be far away from the rest of the teams. But look at this, Agonai 8, I think that's Agonai 8, very, very close by to the players of Yodu Alliance. Although they haven't spotted each other just yet, that is definitely a possible engagement between the players. And as you can see, they are definitely aware that there are teams in the surrounding areas. Although not able to spot them, they have their guard up, and they're getting ready for the action to come through.
Ooh, Yudu Alliance once more was into the mix of Miramar. They were able to rack up a win as well. Can they do it? Let's come and find out later on. But for now, this is the rotation here so far. It's going to be more GPX and Hale Esports. Not really having any troubles whatsoever in regards to the rotations. But for the side of IHC, not too far apart, coming in from the very circle itself. But in the process, they did lose 2 of their members already. But for the side of NB Esports, coming in from the side of El Pozo, they don't really have any opposition as well, so things are pretty stale for their side. And moving over now for the side of Sersha, I don't exactly know how to feel about them. I mean, they are one of those teams that can really rack things up. They can really start things off really strongly as well, and it's a no stranger for them to win off those rounds. But at the same time, if they want to play chase here on the overall board, they're going to find more opportunities, because so far there is none.
Definitely need to try to find more engagements, because you guys know that those elimination points are very, very important if you want to be able to get some additional points to your side. But right now, Vampire Esports on this area, they're going to be able to get a lot of the loot here, as well as securing vehicles, which will allow them to rotate quicker later on.
You know, they got to find a way to loosen up, lose yourself into the moment, and let the battle go on. And I mean, after all, I have mad respects for each and every squad here. If they want to take things slow, after all, you are only going to be granted 5 chances here for this very competition on the grand finals. So, hey, you know, you got to find yourself in between, play aggressive, at the same time passively, because at the end of the day, if time is passing by, so will opportunities.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that statement. As you said, opportunities will pass by as time passes by, and you don't want to wait for that to happen. You have to take advantage of every single opportunity presented to your feet. But right now, taking a quick look at the players of 7th Element, I'm not quite sure if this is accurate. Is there really only 2 players on their team right now?
It is. I mean, we're not really seeing any other 2 members or other 2 players here. And I know for a fact T24 OP and Divine is more than enough to put up the impact, but it's just so different if you have 2 of your teammates as well to play around you. But hey, it is what it is. You accept the situation. You're just going to find a way to make the most out of it. And, you know, with Procedure Evos having really a terrible time coming in for this week number 2, they still try to put up a fight, but unfortunately they did falter up against the name of IHC. So, hey, valiant effort. At least they still showed up and, you know, tried to put up a fight here on this very competition. Now we are seeing Yudu Alliance now in rotation for the time being, trying to check the vicinity. And in regards to their arsenal, looking quite complete, well ready to get into a fight. And same goes for the set of 4 Miracle Vibes here. I mean, look at the overall arsenal here for set of Baron. Has a UMP and an M416 alongside with both level 3 Kevlar and helmet. And you have to mention the rest of the members as well. Same position, same placement, and same condition.
Definitely, but look at this. 4 Miracle Vibes slowly making their way up the hill, driving around in the outer areas of the circle, not looking to go in for an aggressive play into the safe zone just yet. They're slowing things down, trying to get the loot, but the storm is coming, and that means they're going to have to start rotating in just a couple of minutes. But with the vehicles on their side, that's not going to be too much of a problem right now. Taking a look at the storm and the overall map in general, we have some teams on the outer areas in El Pozo and the surrounding villages as well, but they're not too far off that you'd really have to worry. Now, when we do go into the circle, it's going to be slowly shrinking, with Los Leones taking a huge majority of the next circle later on. But look at this. The players of Yodo Alliance, as well as Vampire Esports, Bigatron Red Villains, and Agonai 8, going to be very, very close to one another, all in the Los Leones area. There's a lot of buildings in this place where you're going to be able to stay hidden, but one wrong move, too much noise on your side, can really cause a lot of damage to your team and call a lot of attention to your team.
It's really up to you as well if you want to draw the noise, make your presence felt, and gather those opportunities for you to rack up the elimination points. But at the same time, in the vicinity of Los Leones, a lot of verticalities as well is involved. And if you don't really have the highest peak for your side, most likely you will be the first team to trample as well. But we get to see Halo Esports and NBA Esports now battling it out, coming in from the northern side of the map. And they are in rotation right now, coming in from the junkyards. Unfortunately, they do have the vehicle to play around with, so it's not going to be a problem for them to put themselves right back into the circle itself. But unfortunately, in regards to obstacles, there is going to be a squad along the way.
And any moment now, they're going to be coming into contact with one another, but it looks like we'll have to wait a little bit longer before we see that action. But look at this. Salwart Esports, they're going to be on the lower grounds, while Yodo Alliance take the buildings as well as the high ground, spread out through multiple buildings, giving them an advantage when it comes to the view. But again, Yodo Alliance, they're not really known as an aggressive team. They usually like to stay hidden, try to play a little more as a camping theme, and wait till later on when the teams kill each other off and they get those placement points before going in for riskier engagements. But look at this. Actiony is going to be able to spot one of the players on the side of Yodo Alliance, already sending those warning shots, but they're not lining up just yet. And as I say that, I think one of his shots are going to be able to connect, getting a couple kills to his side, and he's going to be able to knock one. That's going to be information given to both teams, and now they're aware that they are very close by to one another.
Back here for a set of 4 Miracle Vibes in rotation coming from the side of Chumakera. They are going to be up front right now with NBEs. We're trailing them from the backside. More GPX will now be found into the mix as well for the circle itself. And this Los Leones here around the vicinity will be looking like it's going to be a battlefield. Salwart Esports coming from down south will be haggling and looking like they want to play around the outskirts for the time being. Sem9 and Genesis Esports right now, they are found into a mix, and it's going to be a simultaneous battle here as we get to see.
And right now, we're about to see that happen, but unfortunately, no contact just yet. Yodo Alliance, though, they're starting to rotate towards each other, trying to group up as they were relatively far from one another. But look, they spot two teams. Vampire Esports going to be down on the hills. They're going to try to land a couple shots, but not really connecting just yet. Action's about to start. 12 minutes in the game and only one team eliminated. This game is going really, really slow right now.
Now Falak will be able to pick up the first airdrop here for this very round. That's going to be in a hopeful situation that they are going to be able to have better arsenal as they move over to the next possible altercations that they're going to be having here. But in regards to gunshots, it's going to be Klux here looking for the means to connect his shots here up against Vampire Esports down below. And as you did say, they were up against Salwart Esports earlier as well. So that's going to be two simultaneous battle that they might have to deal with. But one thing about them that is so phenomenal to see is that they are playing so passively. And it's just all going to come down to the pressure between Vampire Esports or Salwart Esports to come at them. Until then, it's just their option here or their choice in regards to if they want to find a conversion. But for the time being, Morph GPX up in 7th Elements. That's going to be a quick clash, quick cleanup, and 7 Elements will be eliminated.
And that's 13 teams left in the game, but it looks like about a couple more teams is about to get eliminated as 4 Miracle Vibes spot out the players of Morph, but not really going in for the engagements just yet. Now, this map is known for its dunes and its very sandy areas, as well as its very harsh environment, and looks like that is coming into very handy for a lot of our players as they're going to be able to use those different dunes and those hills and bumps to their advantage to stay hidden from their opponents right now.
We love the way that they are able to flick around their guns and just divert their attention to one. And Udu Alliance now will try to put up a fight and a shot to come true here up against M9. Mikhail gets tagged up to half. Good shots coming in from the side of Iftar. And he's going to try to reposition for this very moment. IHC will be coming in from the eastern side as well. That's going to be Demo OG for you. There is still going to be 2 players remaining here for a set of IHC, so that might just be a possible fight that, Udu Alliance has to hold on to later on. And for the time being, we get to see that it's going to be Genesis Esports and Hale Esports getting into the same grounds as well. And I don't exactly know how this one's going to pan out, but one thing for sure, this has been something that we have been awaiting to see. And in the process, Sersha and NB Esports, it's going to be Megamind getting a connection up against NB Esports. So we might just be able to see NB Esports here thrown out from the case soon enough if they can't put up the respondment.
But look at this, Sersha Esports is going to try to go for the push on NB Esports. Now, a couple grenades coming through between these 2 players, but none of them really connecting. And it looks like Shopper is going to back away for now as he doesn't have too much backup supporting him. But if you take a look at the mini-map, a very smart play coming in from the side of NB Esports. They're circling and surrounding the players of Sersha and trying to enclose them and go for a pinch play. That's going to catch them off guard and give them the opportunity to kill off the players of Sersha if they're able to play it right. But Sersha trying to counter the plays, they're going to spread out, trying to get cover where they can and kill off the players of NB Esports one by one.
Yeah, Fist Boy here knocked down to the ground outside of the zone itself. Shopper confirms the kill on Taseka. And now it's only going to be 1 player remaining here for a set of NB Sports. Fist Boy holding on for dear life, but his teammate nowhere to be found at all. And I do believe it's going to be at NB Sports here on the verge of getting eliminated, but Megamind gets taken away as well. Goach gets pulled down out from the round, and the battle lives on with NB Sports only having 1 player, Sersha with 3.
And now things get even more heated because 4 Miracle Vibes trying to get themselves into another battle as well. And this time it's going to be them with Bigatron Red Villains. A couple shots placed on by East and Doc as well, but none of them really connecting, none of them causing too much damages to their opponents, and they spot out the players of Morph as well. And so those are going to be 2 teams that they're going to be engaging with at the same time. Now, the question is this a smart choice or not? Honestly, I don't really think it's the best idea to go and try to engage with 2 teams, but of course, if those 2 teams try and pinch play you, then you are going to have to deal with it no matter what. So right now, we are going to try to see the players of 4 Miracle Vibes trying to relocate themselves into the high grounds, giving them a slight advantage and a better view of their possible opponents, but not really going in for the final push just yet.
And off the camera, we get to see the Genesis Esports will be battling things out up against Hale Esports. West Carry down below. Going to be a knockdown. 2 players right around him to work around with. And Slim Zai as well will be holding on with it. Mini 14 on top of the mountain. Just making sure that he is able to scout things out. And we get to see Genesis Esports slowly but surely trampling as we get to see that they're just not winning their gunfights. And it's all because of the fact that Hale Esports, alongside with Vampire, is putting a lot of pressure to them. Rocky, for a set of more GPX, will try to get into a battle as well between them and Bigatron Red Villains. And so much things going on here so far. Udu Alliance as well, fighting Salwart Esports.
Look at this, Vampire Esports. They're going to try to go in for a battle with Bigotron Red Villains as well. And this Los Llanos area and the outskirts of it as well is getting a very, very heated. Imagine 13 teams in such a small area right now. They are very, very close. That one wrong move can cause a lot. And looks like Lapar gets shot down by Doc. He's going to be able to be revived by his teammates who get him back up. But again, that's information given to their opponents that they are in that area, they are in those buildings, and that they have to watch out. 18 minutes into the game, only 2 teams have been eliminated so far, which means a lot of them are still stacked up in this small safe zone that remains.
Drawing back to the run between Salwart Esports and For America Vibes, unfortunately, both of these teams here so far hasn't been able to put up any impact. No eliminations, not just yet. And For America Vibes up against Bigotron Red Villains earlier, so close, as one player from the side of For America Vibes was nearly facing death. And so far, it's going to be Salwart Esports now being put into the same mixture here as Icy will be trampling down to the ground, about to fall into shambles, but Hale Esports beats them right into it.
Hale Esports gets eliminated for this game, but of course there's still more matches later on, and as I say that, IHC falters as well. Although they were on the top of their game a while ago with 4 kills, it looks like Genesis Esports is going to overtake them onto that top spot among those alive at the very least. But right now, more engagements happening as the players of NB Esports take down the players of Sersha. Bigotron here has their scopes onto the players of Morph as well, and things are starting to get heated in this battlefield as we try to see a couple of engagements cross between multiple teams here all at the same time. And the matter of what is going to happen next is going to be down to who is able to survive this battle. Looks like Morph is going to be one of those teams sent back to the lobby, out of the game for now, and 10 teams remain.
Yeah, and then overall, we are seeing a bit of a hiffy situation now here between For America Vibes and Bigotron Red Villains. Apex looking to retaliate up with the nades, cooking it up, looking to throw it to the direction of Lapar. The first out of NB Esports it has here up against Shopper. Shopper out in the open, getting tagged up, and that's going to be Sersha for you eliminated as well. But the battle lives on. Still, plenty of more opportunities here coming from the backside. And it's just all going to come down to how they can reset the momentum here. And they got to find a way to reset the situation. It's just so much things going on. You got to find a way to reciprocate what to do next. Because honestly, if you're going to be coming in empty-handed or empty-minded, it might just be you next as well, getting eliminated.
You're right. I mean, you need to be able to change up your strategies when needed, and that's one of the most important things in this type of game. But look at this. Yodu Alliance, they're going to try to attack the players who are up in this building, or stay hidden at least with the smokes, trying to cover themselves and stay out of the rest of the engagement. But close by to them is going to be the players of Salwart Esports, as well as the players on the side of Sem9, if I'm not mistaken. And those are teams that you have to watch out for because they're very aggressive teams. And look at this, Yodo Alliance, they're going in for the push on Genesis Esports. They're going to land a couple shots but not able to kill that final player just yet. Genesis Esports playing this very tactically, trying to stay alive, but being the last player, he has a target on his back, and unfortunately the players of Yodu just has the aim to shoot that target, and now they get eliminated from the game. 8 teams remain. Yodu Alliance on top with 4 kills on the game right now.
And it could just be more as well here for a set of For America Vibes, but in the process, they do lose Baron out from the process. East here trying to heal up. Back to Salwart Esports against Egg on XA8. The nade flies through, gets one tagged up. The sprays down comes in as well. And now Egg on XA8, well alerted to the situation. He wants to wrap around, finds 2 on the board. And now 2 players remaining here for a set of Egg on XA8. Ekshani bandaging up. Falak looking to get the pick up, but it's a bit too late. And now Ekshani here finds the perfect timing to make a push. IQ here down below. And Ekshani wants to get the levitation to come in. And from the backside, Tops here with M416 will suppress the fire swell coming from the hallway. It's looking to be the end here for Sad of Egg on XA8 as they only have 1 player now. Falak down to the ground. IQ as well. Falak looking to revenge his teammate, but it's a bit too late, and they go down.
And now 6 teams remain in the game and things are getting even closer. The area, the safe zone of this area getting even smaller. But the nice thing about being in this specific map, Miramar, is that there's a lot of not only low grounds but high grounds as well. It has massive dunes and a lot of places to move around, which I personally enjoy because it gives a very unique factor to the game, as considering that you have a lot of places to hide in even when there's no buildings around. But look at this, the zone is so small that so many teams are very close to one another. The players of Sem9 on the verge of being pushed into an engagement with Yodu Alliance, but they are looking to stay hidden because Sem9, they have a full squad, and Yodu Alliance same thing, but Sem9 only has 1 kill to their name while Yodu Alliance have 5. They have a pretty good run for them right now, and the question is, are they going to be able to maintain it for the rest of the game because there's only 6 teams that remain?
Are they going to have a run for their money, or are they just going to stop here and just let things pan out? And so far, I'm loving what I'm seeing here for the side of Salwart Esports, coming in very cold at the start of the very round, but slowly but surely they're trying to come up on top. Kenny S here from the side of Sem9, holding down the angle, has East on the front line, and still misses the opportunity though. Doesn't really get the tags that he has been longing to connect to. But hey, still, game can be pretty stale right now. So much things already happened here so far. No need to rush things, but at the same time, they want to go at it. They want to go face to face, head to head. Schwepp for a set of Vampire Esports will be the last player remaining for their very squad, and looking like it's going to be For America Vibes wanting to secure that very kill to take the branding out away.
And look at this. Things are about to get even more heated because engagements are starting already for Miracle Vibes, going to take out the players of Vampire Esports. 5 teams left in the mix, and it looks like Sem9 as well as NB Esports, they're going to be in the safe zone, but for Miracle Vibes, they're going to be forced to rotate around the area, trying to position themselves to get a better advantage. And it looks like the players on the side of For Miracle Vibes, they're going to continue going into engagements with Yodu Alliance. NB Esports gets out of the mix and down to 4 remain. Yodu Alliance from afar using those long range weapons to their advantage, going to try to land a couple shots, but it's not working just yet. Smokes to hide and cover them as they try to relocate themselves and move to a safer area right now.
And Salwart Tops goes down to the ground, all because of Flux here from a distance, shutting him down. Icy retaliates back to Doc here from set of For America Vibes. And it's going to be Salwart Esports here dealing with 2 squads simultaneously. And I don't exactly know what kind of priorities that they have on mind, but one thing for sure, they want to get some action here up in the board. Like Shawnee here closing in the distance on the warehouse, but decides to fall back instead. Might just go for the commitment though, as one of his teammates is down to the ground. East here out in the open, looking to get the pickup, but Akshani here will just be on the opposing side of the ridge. Will be coming in now. East falls back, but the nade comes through. Salwart Esports eliminates For America Vibes.
Quite unfortunate, got taken down by a grenade. A worse way to get out of the game. But right now, down to 3 teams remaining. Stalwart Esports still have 3 players on their team. So does Yodu Alliance, but Sem9 has a full squad to their name. And right now, Tam going to land a couple shots on the players of Yodu Alliance, taking them down. 2 teams remain in the mix, and they've already spotted each other out. They're going straight for the engagements right now. As you can see, actually using those vehicles to relocate his teammates, backing him up, trying to inch closer towards the players of Sem9. But Sem9, on the other hand, they're trying to revive their one player that got knocked down earlier. And if Stalwart Esports waits any longer, they're going to be able to get that player back up in the game. And now Sem9 has the numbers advantage.
Perfect opportunity for Stalwart Esports to put up more of a fight up against For America Vibes. They were trailing by 20, might just get mitigated to 12 if ever they get this one true. Frankie on the front lines against Tam, sprays down, gets the kill, and now it's only going to be Dap left alone now for the set of Sem9 out in the open. Doesn't matter. Stalwart Esports, they win.
First match going to the side of Stalwart Esports. Good way to start the day for them, especially considering that they are looking to climb their way up, back, and take that number one spot on the overall leaderboards. But of course, they still have a lot of work cut out for them. And the question is, was their game for the first match enough to put them on top? Well, we'll just have to wait till we see the overview. But I think they were able to land how many kills with that? About how many was it? About
I think
5, maybe
11.
more kills, 11 kills. And
Yeah.
11 plus 10 kills, that's going to be about 21 points to their name. And that's enough to actually overtake For Miracle Vibes. But For Miracle Vibes, they also earned their fair share of points. So that's going to be the difference between them when we move over to the overall leaderboards.
I think it's only going to be around like a 14 point or 15-point differential because, we got to see that For Miracle Vibes was able to claim 8 elimination points before they ended off their run there for this very first match. But at the same time, it is something that we have to see later on at the end. I don't exactly know if production is going to be offering the same nature where we're only going to be seeing the overall scoreboard on the very last part of the broadcast, or it could just be posted on the Instagram page as well for Esports County. And looking like it is going to be that case right there. So, guys, on the pinned comment here for the YouTube section down below, Esports County's Instagram link will be right there. Better make sure that you are followed so you guys get to hold on to the final result here for this final broadcast.
And of course, right now, Salwart Esports, again, they are going to be winning the first game of tonight of Miramar. And a good way to start it out. So let's see if they're going to be able to continue this momentum as we move into a wrangle. We know in day 3, week number 2, they were able to win the first 2 matches as well. So let's see if they're going to be able to pull that off again. But right now, a quick match team summary here of their statistics as we take a look at the total number of eliminations they got. It's going to be equal to 11 eliminations. Actually, again, on top of those eliminations with 5 to his name, while the rest of the teams gets 3, 2, and 1 respectively. But look at this. The number of knocks that they're able to get is pretty even, as well as the damage. Not too much difference there when it comes to that factors. And that's where you can really see the assists coming in for each of these players, helping one another, as well as you can really tell that they're backing each other up. Even if Action is able to get the final kill, they're able to help one another when it comes to dealing damages and getting knocks on their opponents.
It was a really brave play as well for the set of Frankie to just close down the distance up against Sem9. Until then, it was only Deppy left alone to clutch things up, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. And now we move over here to the overall board here on towards this last, in the first match here of this last and final day. We have Salwart Esports on 21 points, Sem9 on 12, Udo Alliance with 11, 4 Miracle Vibes with 8, 6 for 6 for set of NB and Vampire Esports. Bigatron Red Villains will have 5, IHC will have 4, alongside with Genesis and Sersha. Procedure Evos will have 2 more GPX as well, and I do recall, I take it back, Sersha will only have 2 here. And for set of Aegon XA8, 7th Element, and Hale Esports, they'll have 1.
And look at this. For Miracle Vibes, they only got 8 points to in this first match, and that means when we move on to the overall leaderboards, the gap between Stalwart and Esports and For Miracle Vibes is going to be down to 7 points. If my math is mathing, it's going to be about 7 points between these two teams, which makes it even more interesting. One good game from Stalwart Esports is going to close up that gap.
And now here we are moving to the top damage dealers here. It's going to be Salwart Esports on top with 11 eliminations, but Udo Alliance beats them right into it in the overall damage. But in regards to eliminations, that's where they excel. They get 11, 6 for the side of Sem9, 6 for the side of Udo Alliance, 4 for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes, and 3 for the side of NB Esports.
And of course, Salwart Esports getting a lot of damage to their name, but surprisingly enough, Yodo Alliance is going to be the one dealing the most amount of damage in the whole game, despite only 6 kills. Now, that could possibly be because they were shooting a couple of shots
Oh,
wildly, getting some shots on their opponents, but not really securing the kill. But look at this, for Miracle Vibes and
math.
Salwart Esports, I told you, I don't like math. That's 3 plus 4 plus that's 8. I'm correct. No, that's 7. I'm correct. Yeah, I'm correct. I said 7.
You were correct.
Um, yeah, I'm correct. That's what I'm saying. I'm correct. And after them, it's going to be Agon I8 followed by Alter Egos Aries. But Agon I8, they have a very wide gap between them and Stalwart Esports. So that's going to be a very hard catch-up game. But Alter Egos and Aries and Agon I8, those two teams could switch up, as well as the rest of the teams like Sem9, Bigatron Red Villains, CMF GSM definitely has a chance as well. It's just a matter of how they play the next couple of games that are coming.
And I think if ever they are going to be able to claim 20 points simultaneously, I mean, consecutively, they might just be able to stand a chance to the top three. But I don't think number one will be open for them anymore. And how much more here for the set of Genesis Esports, FaZe Clan, Hale Esports, Sersha, IHC, 141 official, the Xavier, and Prestige Evos. As time passed by, I don't think we are going to be able to see them have a chance at all. Maybe make it past the second page of the board could be the case, but for this very moment right now, it's looking to be pretty bleak.
It is looking very, very difficult for any of these teams to move up. But of course, we could be proven wrong later on. And well, some of these teams, as you can see, they haven't played as many matches. Considering teams like the Savior, they've only played 13 matches because they've missed a couple of games, and that overall contributed to the lack of points. Of course, if they played all matches that they were supposed to play, although probably caused by conflict of schedule, they could probably be on the top of the second page or maybe make it into the first page. But of course, it's too late to dwell on that because it is our last and final day today. Now, going on to the MVP race, East is going to maintain his spot on the top, but Doc, he's going to overtake Choconut by zero point 0.2 points or MVP points. And still, that's a very, very close game between Doc and Choconut. But of course, these players don't want second or third. They want number one because that's the only player who's going to be getting that extra 100 US dollars.
Yeah, the economy here for a set of four Miracle Vibes is looking so bright for them as they retain the number one spot, and also with East here climbing really convincingly could be really handy here for the organization itself. Props to Four Miracle Vibes for being able to own the spotlight, not just for the games itself, but for the MVP race as well. After all, it's very impressive to see two players coming from the same branding, owning things down here, coming from the MVP race in the overall game.
I mean, it's partly because of the amount of eliminations this team is really able to get. And when the team is able to get a lot of eliminations, that's caused by the players getting a lot of eliminations. And obviously, that just allows them to be on the top of the MVP race. But, guys, before we move on to the next game of the night, we are going to be taking a short break. Stay tuned for that because we're going to be going into a wrangle.
Great back, guys. Round number two up next.
Welcome back to the Jew League 2023. Once again, this tournament is going to be brought to you by Mountain Dew. And also, special thanks to Esports County for making this tournament possible as well. And once again, I am going to be your caster for tonight, Wasabi Gaming. And with me is the Warden, and we're going to be the voices for the English broadcast.
Well, here we go. Match number one said and done right there. Salwart Esports racking up really convincing points here. And, I did have a missed call earlier. I mean, despite whatever happens for tonight's show, Salwart Esports might just be able to bag the whole crown here for this Dueling 2023, as they have been able to accumulate a lot of points coming in from the week number one, moving over now to week number two as well. Keep in mind, at the end of the night, we will be combining both of those weeks to really, determine who's going to be the champions here of this event.
But the cool thing about this event is that there's a prize distribution for week one, there's a prize distribution for week two, and there's one for both weeks combined. And of course, for Miracle, the players of Salwart Esports, they won week number one. They ranked first there. And even if they rank second here, they're going to get first place in the overall prize pool. But not in the overall of week number two, and that's $400 difference between place number one and place number two. And of course, if you're a team like them and you can put and make the difference, you are going to want to try and get that extra $400 to your side. And that's exactly what they're doing right now, as they try to put up more points onto the scoreboard, making that gap between them and the players of 4 Miracle Vibes even smaller.
Yeah, it's very likely for them as well to just get the 900 USD. Might not just be 400. If they are going to be able to claim the number one spot of this very event here, I mean, coming in from this week number two, till then, they are just going to be able to bag everything here from the very bottom to the top, and obviously being the, the supreme leaders here for this Dueling 2023. So, Salwart Esports, you have a lot of things that you have been wanting to prove, and so far you've been doing it. May we see some more here on this round number two, as we are moving to Erangel later on. In regards to Erangel here, Wasabi, this is a map that I can really rely on them quite a lot, so I can't wait to see what they can offer.
Well, Erangel, this map is, well, one of the favorites among the PUBG players. Maybe, I'm not sure if the mobile players like it, but PUBG players in general like this map. It's known for its open, grassy areas, as well as its dense forests, which allows the players to have a lot of places to hide in, and of course, take advantage of those different ways to take cover. But we are going to be heading straight into the game right now, not keeping you guys waiting any longer. And from the looks of it, we are going to have the plane going through this area of the map, and we're about to see exactly where the players are going to be landing at.
And now we are seeing the drop here commence. It's going to be revolving around the vicinity of Georgia Pool, heading straight into the middle of Gatka and ending in Primorx. And for the side of the teams that would want to go to the way of Novo, Milta Power, Prison Mansion, Lipovka, unfortunately, it's looking quite bleak for them to get this one through. But before anything else, let's draw things back here for the top three eliminators. We had two players from the side of 4 Miracle Vibes and one for the side of Salwart Esports. And in regards to the overall leaderboard right now, 4 Miracle Vibes is on top, Salwart Esports down below. And we get to see Aegon X8 as well, trying to slowly but surely climb up to the top.
Yep, very, very many teams to watch out for. But look at this. Our teams are starting to spread out throughout the map. Most of the teams going to be on that left and middle area. Not too many of them going to be reaching that right side of the map. And I think not too many teams are going to be able to go to the military base as well. But look at this. Where the zone is landing, it's going to be far away from the reach of any of these teams, which means we're going to be seeing a lot of them grabbing those vehicles to relocate. And this map, this circle, unfortunately, is just way too out of reach considering where the flight path was.
Oh yeah, I mean, vehicles here must be something that every player or every squad has to hold on to. But we are seeing a constant clash now here between Salwart Esports and CMF X GSM. I see here with an SMG looking to get the shots to come true. Gets one tagged up. Rowdy out in the open. Closes the door to himself. Now he's going to go down. Tops as well. No, Icy as well. And now we get to see that it's going to be a trade-off here. Back and forth we go. But CMF X GSM here slowly regaining their grounds. and they're about to win off this very clash. Salwart Esports, are you going to accept this demise? 2 players goes down, and CMF x GSM just about to retaliate and shock the whole world.
Right now, they are looking to definitely shock the whole world here, Warden. You know, they need a lot of points to be able to get into the top four, and looks like, considering that this is going to be one of their last games, they're going to try to put up a fight here. But right now, Sem9, they are going to be looting the outskirts of the circle, or very, very close to the borderline, and they're going to be surrounded by the players of Bigatron Red Villains, as well as some of the players of Genesis and Sersha Esports as well. But of course, not coming into engagements just yet, as they try to relocate, trying to move around the area, looking for better loot and a better area to camp at for now.
You know, for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes, fortunately, they are in the military base, and we all know how hot the loot can be on that very place. And Sem9 almost just flipped their car over. I really have a big ick for, driving, but hey, you gotta move on. And for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes, once more, they are part of the very vicinity of the circle. So, hey, they do win most of the rotations so far, and I'm glad to see them be in this very case. But when they're drawing things back here for Salwart Esports, yes, for sure, they had a very good run and a very good start, but at the same time, it's not looking so bright for them with only having 2 players here into the mix.
And well, it really depends how they're going to be able to stay alive for the rest of the game, even if they don't get too much eliminations in the later half. Maybe getting those placement points is going to be enough for now. But right now, going to take a quick look at the players of Sersha as they try to relocate. They are going to be heading outside of that zone area. It seems that they have been exploring the area as a trio, while one of their players is quite far away. So I think now they're going to try to squad up back together in this school area, try to regroup themselves and get better loot as well. As you know, the school area is a popular place for people to go, lots of loot for them to get as well, and it's going to be one of those places that are considered a high risk area, but of course with high risk comes high reward, and that's where the loot comes in.
Yeah, Sersha, overall, having that 2 factors that you did say, will be holding on to the vicinity of school, and they also have the town of school for themselves. So that's going to be a split that they're doing right now, and they have been able to rack up those loadouts. I mean, first Adversity has a UMP and an M249, but on the Kevlar side, not really on the brighter of case, because he does only have a level 1 Kevlar. Helmet on level 2, needs to find more here into the mix. But for the side of Vampire Esports, playing around the vicinity of Quarry, they don't really have any opposition as well. So they might just be able to come out of this very area with no opposition whatsoever. And, overall, looking at the overall casualty that we have been able to see coming in from the first stage, nothing much has happened aside from the battle between Salwart and CMF x GSM.
Yep, not too much action going on right now, and things are definitely a little bit slower in this game in comparison to the last game that we saw, but we have already seen some players get taken down, some players gotten knocked out of the competition. There's just no full squad eliminations or squad wipes happening just yet. And I guess that's kind of expected, considering that this map is pretty big and they're so far from the zone. Last game that we saw, most of the teams were in that zone and they didn't want to leave the area. Now all of our teams are outside of zone and they're not moving into zone just yet.
And now we are seeing the zone here closing in, and Vampire Esports is truly affected by this. But this is only stage 1 we're talking about. The Tix is not really hurting too much, and there's not really, once more, going to be a lot of things here to worry about for set of Vampire Esports. I mean, after all, they have the vehicles to back themselves up, to put themselves into the mix later on, and we are seeing that they are going to be having this whole roadway for them with no troubles whatsoever. And overall, we have been able to see a lot of teams here getting damage coming from the zone itself. For Sersha, coming in for the set of Genesis, Aegon XA8, 4 Miracle Vibes, U2 Alliance, Alter Ego Ares, and 141 Official. But at the end, this is really the whole outcome, all because of the fact that the zone is totally on the opposing side compared to where the flight path initially started.
Definitely a very, very difficult zone to have right now in this game. But nonetheless, it seems that our players are doing pretty good at adjusting to the situation that they're currently faced with. It's just they are trying to do it very passively, very safely, staying away from as many engagements as possible. Right now, taking a look at the players of Bigatron Red Villains, they are going to be very far from one another, not too close by any of their opponents as well, and that's going to allow them to loot. But right now, quick look at the current map situation. As you can see, the players are, some of them still in the blue zone or the storm right now, trying to move and make their way into the safe areas. But considering that it's not a very painful zone yet, they are going to take their time for a while. Although we do have to also take into consideration the teams that are in zone. Bigatron Red Villains are going to be about one town away from the players of Yodo Alliance, as well as the players of Seventh Element. And Seventh Element is going to also be close by the players of Alter Egos Ares. I think that's Alter Egos Ares. And they are going to definitely be close enough to somehow get into engagements with one another if they cause too much noise. But look at this, Agon I8, they are getting some damage placed onto them as they drive around these open areas, not really coming into contact with anyone, but some people getting those long range shots.
Ooh, Aegon X8 closing in. The Xavier will just be right around. But they do have this farmlands right now to hold on to. And that's going to be enough for them to play around with. But on the feed, we get to see that it's going to be Buzz M getting into a clash up against one player from set of 7 elements. And that's going to be one player down the bridge for them. Can we see some more here on the feed? T24 OP as well. We'll get some bullets to connect coming in from the side of Doc on the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. So 7 elements, they can't catch a break.
Definitely having a little bit of a difficult time, but when there are a lot of engagement, that's also a lot of possible eliminations to your side. But right now, Genesis Esports going into an engagement with Sersha, and they are only a building away from one another. But look at this, Genesis, they're going to be spread out, trying to catch the players of Sersha off guards, going in for those rotations, catching them from every single angle, and it's going to be a back and forth between these two teams. Not too many players left on the side of Sersha, but Genesis down to 3 players as well. Sersha, one last player up and moving, hiding for his life, trying to stay alive, but it looks like he's going to be faced by the players of Genesis any moment now as they try to push into the building. And now it's just a matter of a wall standing between them, and now the stairs, and now the final push comes through. Earth gets eliminated from the game. Sersha Esports out of the match.
Sersha Esports, they also can't catch a break. And that's going to be as unfortunate as it seems. We move back now here for the set of 7-9. Just holding on, to this very vicinity. And right now, they don't really have a lot of things to deal with as well. But they do have a very wide control of the map. And 1-for-1 official will just be right there. Kenny S peeks out, checks the top of the mountain. Doesn't really get anything as well, and now it's all gonna come down to this moment. Are they gonna meet? I don't like it. I don't want them to meet right now. I mean, still early. This is stage 2. 20 seconds in, it's gonna get closed out, and I think the zone is not even gonna be a factor for them to get pressured with one another.
It might not. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. But looks like Sem9 is aware that the players of 1-for-1 is right around the corner. And what I'm not really liking is that the fact that Sem9, they are spread out from one another, while all the players of 1-for-1 official, they're going to be stacked up in that school area, very, very close to one another. So they're going to be able to revive each other. They're going to be able to back each other up. And Sem9 not going to be able to do the same. But for Miracle Vibes, on the other hand, they're going to put themselves into a match with the players of Salwart Esports, able to knock one out so far. Salwart Esports going to be down to their last and final player here, and it looks like Dog is going after the kill, trying to go after that last and final player of Stalwart Esports and to end the players of Stalwart Esports as soon as possible.
4 Miracle Vibes and Salwart Esports on Milta right now. We'll try to find means to meet each other. And I don't exactly know if I like this situation right now. But moreover, for a set of formidable vibes, they have been able to rack up 2 elimination points so far. They want to get some more. Looking at the circle here, it's going to be revolving around the farmlands, Melta. And that's just going to be it. Going to be a bit of a mountain climb here for these very squads. And guess what, Wasabi? I mean, we started off the game with a lot of teams in rotation coming from the western side of the map. They're all now found inside the mix.
Well, they definitely should be because the zone is getting more and more painful. And if you're inside that blue storm, you're going to get extra damage as you face other teams. So that is not really something ideal in this type of game. But look at this. Formical Vibes going to be going around this area, trying to look for that last and final player on the side of Salwart Esports. But while doing so, they do also spot the team of Yodu Alliance. And so they're going to try to watch out for that engagement. Going to be a very, very difficult way to deal with them because the players of Yodu Alliance, they kind of have the height advantage. And Agon I8, on the other hand, they are going to be putting pressure on the players of 141 who are stacked up in this building. Agon I8, on the other hand, they have a more open area to play with, and the smokes is already coming through right now to block off the sides of the opponents. And look at this, there are a lot of teams in the area and a lot of things going on. Smokes to block off the views of not only the players but also the casters, but of course we have the kill feed here, and we can see that not too many engagements happening just yet between these two teams.
Someone turn on the ventilator smokes. Ventilators, I can see a thing. But that's the exact purpose of a smoke. I know, Wasabi. Calm down. It's okay. Sometimes I just, answer the most no crap Sherlock things. But hey, move back. Sem9 here. Sem9 gonna be pushing up so far, and they were around 141 official, but now they don't really have anything to deal with, aside from Genesis Esports coming from the western side of the map. Megatron Red Villains will be closing in from the southeastern side as well, so that could be 2 teams that they got to worry about. And for the side of Genesis Esports, Master Smile will be outside of the zone, playing around the outskirts. He is only a quarter away from getting knocked down, but fortunately, no trouble is coming to his way.
And well, that's good for him, but of course he has a target on his back and his opponents are on the hunt for him. But look at this, Apex on the run, trying to go after that one and final player on the side of Salwart Esports, and he is doing it very tactically, using those buildings and walls to his advantage to get around without getting spotted. And right now, using that weapon to shoot a couple shots, none of them connecting for now, none of them dealing damage on Salwart Esports. But with the shots fired, that is going to be additional noise and information to the players of Yodu Alliance to know that they are right around the corner.
Now it's going to be Aegon X8 down below, overlooking the direction of D Xavier. Checks out, Blade as well, looking to spray down Divine here out in the open. And it's going to be a bit of a mess here for the set of Aegon X8 because they're inside this warehouse, pretty open. And I don't exactly like what I'm seeing here, but at the same time, they do have a lot of covers to play with as well. But wherever they look, wherever they try to, to put up a fight, they have to deal with at least 2 squads here in total. 141 official is going to be in the same town of Alter Ego Ares. And I want to see Alter Ego Ares here try to get this one true. I want to see them be able to prove the doubters wrong here in this very round number 2.
Definitely something that a lot of us are looking for them to do. Alter Egos Ares, they have some good games, they have some bad games, but definitely have to step up and be a little bit more consistent when it comes to those different engagements. But look at this, Genesis Esports going into an engagement with the players of Sem9. One player gets taken down. Sem9 going to have 3 players left. Same goes with the players of the on the side of Genesis Esports, except one of them has been knocked already. And now the grenades coming in handy for the players of Sem9, as they're going to be able to take down Slim and get him out of the game. Genesis down to their last and final player now.
Ooh, Genesis Esports once more having a really good start here for its very round, but now they only have 2 players, one tagged up Master Smile down to the ground, looking to get the recovery. Kenny has pops the nade, throws it to the direction of Master Smile. Will he get the connection? The rock evades it. So does the smoke. And he still holds on here, but Vampire Esports will get into a hiffy up against Udo Alliance, and they get the first handful of connections. And so far, so you look at the southern side of the map, it's going to be congested by 5 squads in total. And it's so hard to define on who's going to be able to come out alive here. After all, everyone is playing this one down to the T, with Sam9 here on the very edge of the map. Spots down one player of Genesis Esports alongside with CMF XGSM. Is he going to pull the trigger? The nade will get cooked up, and Udo Alliance, they get eliminated.
Out of the game they go, and 13 teams remain in the mix, but a couple of them in a very tough situation as they're going to be down to one player left, specifically the players of For Miracle Vibes, Salwart Esports, and 7th Element as well. And this is quite surprising. Salwart Esports and For Miracle Vibes, they're the two teams that are on top in the scoreboard right now, but it looks like having being on top on that scoreboard comes with a prize and a target on your back, with everyone looking to hunt them down and take the title from them. But Genesis Esports is going to be the team that is close to success in doing so, as they have already gotten 5 eliminations, putting them on top. And while they still have 2 players to play around with, that is going to be a slight numbers disadvantage to their side.
Now Sam9 wants to get the finisher up against Genesis Esports. Can he do it? Mikal with the nade, throwing it to the players in between Genesis Esports. Will not be able to get the connection, so that's still going to be another chance here for the set of Genesis Esports to wrap around here on the right side. But shockingly, more GPX takes on For Miracle Vibes. And now the battle lives on here for the set of Salwart Esports, with only having 1 player. But as soon as I say that, oh my days, For Miracle Vibes and Salwart Esports will go down.
And back to the lobby they go. Same goes for the players of GSM and Agan I8. 9 teams remain in the mix, and somehow the players on the side of 7th Element, they remain alive. They started this game with 2 players. They still have 1 in the mix right now. But look at this. Morph with a very aggressive push towards the players of Bigatron Red Villains, and going in through those windows. Bigatron Red Villains have their backs up against a wall, and it looks like they're going to try to use those vehicles to get out of there as soon as possible. And same goes with the players of Sam9. They've gotten themselves into an engagement with the players of Alter Egos Aries, and it's not looking very good. Sam9 going to be down to 2 players left, while Alter Egos still has 3. Morph gets eliminated from the game. Divine on the side of 7th Element going to get 1 before getting eliminated by 1-4-1, and 6 teams remain in the mix here, but more action still going on right now, as we have the players of Alter Egos getting the high grounds, trying to deal some damage on the players of Sam9.
Those who can be calm in the midst of the battle might just be the team that could come out victorious. The heavy hitters has now put the stale here on this very round. And now it's all going to come down to the underdogs here to prove themselves into the mixture. And in the process, we see another squad go down. Vampire Esports will take 2 players down from the set of 1-4-1 official. Sam9 down below here on the mountain will have to go against Alter Ego Eris. And Rosemary gets tagged up. Getting taken down by Mikal. 1 player per stop for set of Sam9, just inside or just behind the smoke. We'll try to make the play. That's going to be Kenny S for you. And Tam here healing up. 3 more seconds to stall out before they go for another wave. Tam throws the nade. Alter Ego Air is facing a lot of damage, and Sam9 is not backing down.
They definitely shouldn't, because they have the skills to be able to push that, but unfortunately manpower not really on their side right now. You can see that the players on the side of Alter Egos going for a very aggressive push towards one of the players on the side of Sam9. He is going to get taken down, but Mikhail here, the last player on the side of Sam9 that's up and moving, he's going to try and take down the players of Alter Egos, trying to get his revenge but it's not looking very good for him. And Bigatron Red Villains, on the other hand, they still have a full squad in the game, and they are playing those long range fights, not going in for full engagement just yet, but getting those eliminations and damage dealt onto their opponents. A player, Mikhail, on the side of Sem9, going to be able to take his revenge on one of the players of Alter Ego's Ares, but he has to go in for the kill right now, because if he waits any longer, they're going to heal up those two players on the side of Alter Egos who are currently down.
Whew. DX Lamborghini will take one player down. Paragin will take the last and final player from the side of Alter Ego Eris, bumping them down with that buggy. And Xavier, all of a sudden, they shine by surprise with a full set of players alongside with Bigatron Red Villains. They have the best odds right now. Sem9 still wants to put up a run, but they only have one player to rely on. And Xavier has diverted their attention now here to the way of Vampire Esports, and they have them tagged off. Paragin still going on a bumping spree. One last player stoned, holding on for dear life, but it's not going to be enough. And Vampire Esports, they get eliminated as well.
3 teams remain in the mix. Sem9, only one player in the game. But the Savior, on the other hand, they are looking to make a comeback here, as they have 8 eliminations already to their name, and they have all 4 players to continue on the engagement. Same goes for the players of Bigatron, as they still have all 4 players in the mix. But of course, things are going to slow down once again as they try to wait for the right moment to go in for the engagement. And as you can see here, the teams are pretty far from one another and trying to find the place to take cover, because this area is just open fields. Though there's some hills, some trees, some rocks to hide behind, it's just all open, not too many buildings in their favor.
Someone revoke the driver license here for a set of Paragin. The guy has just been bumping a lot of people too much. Has been enjoying quite a lot, but hey, we're enjoying too.
Road hazard.
It's all right. I mean, there's no warning even. But yeah, back to Sem9 here, only having one player.
I guess this game doesn't require a driver's license anyway, so.
It's alright. Hey. Anyways, back to Xavier and Bigatron Red Villains. Complete set of players. One single player for the set of Sem9. Wouldn't be too surprised if it's going to be Deppy all alone. But let's see. After all, it's all going to come down to Bigatron here and Xavier. And I do believe it's going to be Mikhail left for the set of Sem9. So, whew, this is going to be a bit of a standoff. And look at this. Scarlight, no bullets at all. So, that's going to be a GG well played for them. So, it's all going to come down once more to Xavier and Bigatron Red Villains to win off this round.
Right now, things are about to get even hotter, as the players on the side of, I think that is Sem9 as well as Bigatron. No, actually, Savior and Bigatron, they are getting into those vehicles, trying to move around. And look at this. Savior, they're going to be putting pressure onto the players of Bigatron, trying to use those grenades and incendiaries to their advantage to put some damage and deal some damage onto their opponents. But it's not aligning up just yet. And the smoke's going to cover the areas, going to block off their views. They're all going to stay alive for now. Savior, though, down to 2 players left, and same goes for the players of Bigatron. But oh, it looks like Savior is going to be able to heal up some of their teammates, which means they still have a full squad to their name.
And now it's going to be Satarless here with a DBS, looking to wrap around. Chua goes down to the ground. Levi's looking to get the trade. Out in the open, Satarless tagged up, but managed to heal up instead. He does have this opportunity to go for the pickup, but I think time is passing by, all because of the zone closing in as well. And now he wants to wrap around here on the front line. The nade comes true. Gets thrown down inside the zone. The nade mitigates his movements. And now it's going to be Levi's clutching things up now against Xavier. But it's going to be a 1v1. Mikhail shooting Levi's out in the open. Tries to respond back. Looking to get the shot down. It's going to be a big standoff now, as we all thought that Sem9 wouldn't be part of the mix. He is absolutely surely in it.
Trying to stay alive right now, but a 1v1 situation is going to be a different kind of battle. Not really what we see in this kind of matches, but look at this. Levi's, he's very smart to use those smokes to his advantage. He was already getting some shots dealt by Mikhail here, but the smokes is going to help him to be able to relocate, get this drop right in front of him, and that might help him out later on. Now, when it comes to health, the player on the side of Sem9 is going to have a slight advantage over the Savior, but their shields and protections, the Savior is going to have a better build on that. And now it's just going to be a matter of who's going to be able to land their shots first. And it looks like things are going to slow down for now.
Ooh, behind the airdrop. Smokes deployed. Mikhail invests one to the right. Might just intend to wrap around as well. Out in the open, Levi's goes for the shot, no connections. And now he's not really aware that Mikhail has now rotated out. Game still right now. Mikhail now on the buggy. Is he going to go for the fight? Looking like he drops down instead. Levi's investing one more smoke here to play around the left side. And Sem9, honestly, he doesn't really need to push. The zone is very far away, but he wants to go head to head, face to face. And Levi's is out in the open. One wrong missed opportunity, and that might just be his demise. And Mikhail doesn't spot him just because of the tiny ridge that Levi's is playing around with. This is all going to come down to the perfect timing. Is it going to be Sem9 or D Xavier winning this one through? And with Mikhail not so aware that Levi is on the same line, this might just be Sem9 here going down.
Yep. The Savior slowly inching their way into a better position, but unfortunately, nowhere can he take cover if he decides to push this. He has to be able to do this very strategically, but looking from the way that Mikhail here on the side of Sem9 is looking at that direction, he seems to know that Levi's is slowly inching, crawling his way towards him. And I guess it's going to be a matter of who has a better aim, who's more consistent in hitting those shots, and who is going to be able to land those shots. But right now, the grenades are going to come through, not going to line up just yet, but that gives Sem9 the information they need to know exactly where the player on the side of the Savior is coming from.
Now the zone is closing in. Levi's might just get forced to stand up and expose himself out in the open. Sem9. Zone's still far away. Levi's has to be the first person to stand up. It's all going to come down to the accuracy, the marksmanship of these two players. Mikhail with the Scarlight, Levi's on the M416. The zone is now closed out. Levi's has managed to stall things down, but the commitment comes true.
Ooh.
Mikhail breaks down, and he gets the win for the side of Sem9.
Perfect timing on his side to go and get those last couple of shots to end the game. And while he just had the better aim, I guess, to land those shots and really connect them to be able to end the life of his opponent. And there they have it. They get the winner chicken dinner for this game number 2 of the last and final night of the tournament.
That's a bounce back right there, considering the fact that they did finish second on that very first match, racking things up now, getting first here on this very match number 2. That's going to be Sem9 for you, coming from the side of Malaysia. And all goes the spotlight, the MVP spotlight for the side of Mikhail.
Mikhail clutching it up for his team. I mean, for the longest time, they only had, I think, 1 or 2 players in the match. And we really thought that eventually they would get eliminated. But nonetheless, they were able to stay alive and get the last couple of kills that they needed. And of course, overall, they were able to get 8 kills in total. Now, as you can see here, 2 of their players, Depp and Kenny, got only very little damage, about 233 damage each, which is due to the fact that they got killed early on in the game. But Tam and Mikhail really stepped up their game, got the kills that they needed, as well as the placement points to be able to come out on top. And so that's 8 kills, 1 point each, plus 10 placement points to their name. That's 18 additional points to the overall standings.
And it's a climb here that truly matters for a set of Sem9. After all, they came into this match with, Not the most convincing placement, but at the same time, they were part of the number 6 spot of the overall ranking here on the first page. And props to Sam 9 for this one. That's gonna be the third winner chicken dinner here for this very event.
Yep, a big place from them. But the question is it going to be enough? Right now, we're going to take a quick look at the match overview. Sem9 getting 18 kills. 8 kills and 10 placement points, totaling up to 18 points. But the Savior, not too bad as well, getting 12 eliminations and that additional 6 points from placements. They're going to also get 18 points added up to their overall score. Bigatron Red Villains getting 11, Vampire Esports getting 9, Outer Egos getting 8, 141 official getting 6 points, Morph GPX as well as Genesis Esports getting 5 each. And right now, the top damage dealers of the game is going to be the Savior as they get 12 kills and a 2,424 damage to match with it. But Sem9, not too bad as well considering that they are the number 1 team when it comes to placements. They're going to get 8 kills here and 2,000 damage as well.
Hoo, hoo, hoo. 2-1-8-2 for the side of Sem9. But the Xavier, they really pulled up big time for this one. And, this is not the first time that we are going to be able to see them play a run for the side of Erangel. So, props to them for still finishing off second here on this very run. But we get to look at the run between Four Miracle Vibes and Salwart Esports. 169 for the set of Stalwart, 177 for the set of Four Miracle Vibes. That's only going to be an 8-point differential as we move in. It extends by 1.
And well, unfortunately, this is going to be the last time that we're seeing this overall leaderboards because after the third match and going into the fourth and fifth match, we're no longer going to be showing you guys this overall leaderboards. You are going to have to go over to the Instagram page of Esports County or to the Instagram page of Mountain Dew Mongolia to find out what the final results are going to be because we want to make it a little bit more thrilling for you guys. So we're going to keep you guys on the verge of your seats by not really showing you the overall leaderboards in the next couple of matches.
And now moving over here to this round, page number 2 of the overall ranking, we have the Xavier here and NB Esports tied up. FaZe Clan and Halo Esports here on 88 and 86. 1-for-1 official. Sersha, IHC will have 81 and Prestige Evos will have 71. If you guys want to gather the statistics here, it's now the perfect opportunity. As once more, as Wasabi did say, after round number 3, there will be no overall rankings.
Yep, so you better take a picture right now if you want to be able to do your math later on and know before everyone else. But of course, if you don't want to do any math, just go and check out the Instagram page of Mountain Dew Mongolia. But guys, before we see the next match, the third match, we are going to be taking a very short break in just a couple minutes. And Warden, before we go into that break, do you have any last words or what should the viewers watch out for as we move into Miramar in the next game?
Honestly, just buckle up your seatbelts. We still have 3 more matches to go. Still a long night up ahead. We're going to be finishing off, I think, like around midnight, perhaps, because we did start at 8 p.m. So, bottle up with some Mountain Dew here and just make some love, show some love here for this Dew League 2023. And once more, we are the voices of the English broadcast. I'm the Warden, and right beside me is Wasabi Gaming. So, hey guys, we're going to be having a short break. We'll be right back. Well, not just yet, but yeah, soon enough we'll have a break.
We have to wait. You have to wait. Patience is key.
The Mountain Dew is just, making me excited.
Excited for the break?
Yeah, because I want to drink. We can't drink Mountain Dew. Well, we can, but it's just that I have to get it on my fridge.
That's true. Okay. In just a couple of minutes, you'll be able to go grab your Mountain Dew. But we, again, guys, we are going to be taking a very, very short break before we head on to the third match. Watch out for that because we are going to be going into Miramar, and this time the teams playing is going to be the teams from Group A, B, D, and E, which means we're going to say goodbye to the players on Group C, specifically Morph, FaZe Clan, Genesis, Esports, and Agonite.
Ooh, well, I was really hoping to see more from them, and that's going to be happening right after the next very round itself. So, hey, we'll see about that. And Wasabi, you did ask for my last words. What about you? I mean, coming in for this match here on this match number 2 on the next round, what are you expecting to see?
I really do not know what I'm expecting to see because every single game has been so different, has been so hyped, and there's really no way to predict what is going to happen in the next game. But one thing's for sure, considering the harsh environments that Miramar has, it's going to be a very, very challenging game for the next couple of players who are going to go into that match.
Well, I think we're not going to be having a break actually. So we are going to be moving over
Oh.
to round number 3 here with no breaks whatsoever. But after round number 3, we are indeed going to be getting one. So no Mountain Dew for me, not just yet. But hey, we'll see. I mean, after all, I'm pretty hyped up still on what can round number 3 offer. It's just about time for us to soon enough find out.
And well, since we're not going to be taking a break, guys, that means we are going to be heading into the next match in just a couple minutes. Again, the teams that are going to be playing is going to be squads A, B, C, A, B, D, and E going into Miramar, meaning we're not going to be seeing Group C. That means the teams playing is going to be Bigatron Red Villains, Sem9, Searchy Esports, 7th Element, Precision Evos, Hail Esports, NB Esports, IHC Esports, Stalwart Esports, Form Miracle Vibes, Yodo Alliance, Vampire Esports, Alter Egos Aries, D Savior, 141 Official, and CMF GSM for this next coming match.
Once more, the group that we are not going to be seeing here, moving back to the run of, I do believe, Erangel, right? What's that? No, no, no. Miramar. It's going to be Group C that's not going to be into the picture. So that's going to be interesting to see if it's going to matter quite a lot. After all, this might just be something that Aegon X8 would hate to see. But hey, they still have 2 more matches up ahead after this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm gonna Exciate. They did a really, really well yesterday, as I mentioned earlier in the stream. They won 2 games yesterday. Unfortunately, Warden and I did miss it as we didn't have an English broadcast. We were able to see some of the gameplays that they were able to bring into the match and how they were able to get those wins, specifically in the first match of Erangel, followed by the fourth match of Miramar. So those 2 maps are matches where sometimes they get lucky, they're able to win. Sometimes it's just about having the best strats in that game. And so let's see if they're going to be able to carry that over to today as we head into Miramar as well.
Back to Miramar. After this, we're going to be having Sanok, so it's going to be a bit of a break for us. And at the end of it, we're going to be ending it off with a classic run for Erangel. So I know for a fact a lot of teams here will be happy for this one, especially for the run of, Sem9, because they were able to put up a really good fight for that, especially with Mikhail clutching things up in a 1v1 up against the last and final player on the Xavier. I do believe it was Levi's for that one, and I thought that the situation was so bleak for the set of Sem9, but they were able to change things up. So it was just all about waiting for things to play out between the 2 squads there, between Begatron Red Villains and the Xavier. Until then, when the moment came to the point where Sem9 striked, it was just a 1v1. So that's exactly what can patience offer to you if you treat it lovely.
Once again, guys, we also want to remind you guys before we go into the next game that this tournament is going to be sponsored by Mountain Dew, as you can see by our wonderful green scene. green, what is it, overlays. And once again, also go check out the social media platforms of Esports County, as they are going to be the team making this tournament possible, helping us not only with the back end and everything that happens in the game. But right now, we are going to be seeing the to the middle or lower right side of the map. It's going to cut through a bunch of islands, but the question is, where exactly is our zone going to be? Because that is what really makes it a little bit difficult here if the zone isn't favoring too many of these teams.
Yeah, after all, it can slice in half, but in regards to the flight path, but the initial circle, while might just start off here like very far fetchedly, could lean towards the northern or the southern side of the map. But for the most of it, we've been able to see it play around the vicinity of Los Leones. And I swear, if I see another run of Los Leones, I'm gonna lose my mind. But for the initial time, we are seeing Haley Esports and Seven Elements drop to the crater for you. For the side of NBA Esports, they are going to be at El Pozo. For the side of the Xavier, that's going to be Nuevo for them. For America, okay, yep, lost Leonis again. But anyways, continuing here for the side of For America Vibes, they want to lean towards the vicinity of Picado or even Chumaquera. For set of Procedure Evos, they're going to be on top of the zone itself. Udu Alliance and Vampire Esports, one player from the set of Vampire Esports will be in Los Leones, and the rest of the opposition will be leaning towards the northern part of the map.
And while it looks like Los Higos is going to be also part of that zone, but considering that it's way far out of reach of the flight path, not too many players are going to be that in that area unless they use those vehicles to rotate. Now, considering that our flight path was relatively higher up in comparison to where the zone is right now, we are going to be expecting a lot of those teams going to be passing by that top area of the safe zone, of the safe circle, moving and making their way to the lower half, or even just staying there to position themselves and get the engagement. But right now, looking at the players of D Savior, very, very close to IHC. Same building for some of them. And now, Lamborghini gets faced by death as Alex pushes up and takes him down. Couple players are going to falter, and we are going to see the players on the side of Sersha going to be down to their last and final player. But he's going to be able to land his shots on GSM. GSM going to be down to their last player as well. Earth has to clutch it up if you want to be able to stay alive in this game, as he is in a very, very difficult situation. But look at this. He's going to heal up before going in for that engagement. Same goes for Mad Cat on the side of GSM. And it's going to be a matter of who spots each other first. Oh, just a wall between them, and it's just a matter of time before we find out.
I don't exactly know if I like this shape now for the side of Ritzy. Only has 7 bullets to play around with. Has the Mini 14 as well to back himself up, but that's not really the best weapon of choice here on this very distance. But picks up an ammo. Picks up the 9mm. Looking to swing out. Spots down to 2 opportunities, but Mad Cat reacts quickly enough to get the kill. And man's thirsty here to get this one through. And now Bigatron Red Villains playing around the brick side with an M249. And a pump action shotgun will be going up against Procedure Evos. Out in the open. Looking to swing down. IHC and D Xavier as well getting into a battle. And it's going to be Chua here wrapping around. Can he get this one? The timing is on. Pops a shot, gives off the information, but the burst to the head will shut him down. And D Xavier, they get a quick opener here for the second wave of the clash.
The Savior still has 2 players in the game, but IHC only 1 active players while 2 are knocked down. And right now, Chua is going to get knocked down as well. It's going to be a matter of Levi's versus Alex here on who's going to be able to keep their team alive. Back and forth between the car they go, but Levi's just lines up that shot and takes down Alex, as well as the whole IHC team with them, sending them back to the lobby. 14 teams remain here, but still a lot in the mix in this area, as we can see Bigatron Red Villains inching closer towards the players of Precision Evils.
Now Super Nun whipping, checking. A pump action shotgun might just meet them on the other side. They can't offer just double chop against Lynx, and Lynx here is just hiding on the opposing side. This is looking to be a very heavy battle, and from below, It's going to be a red face as well from the set of Procedure Evos. Jen Frost looking to heal up, coming from the bottom side of the building. And it's just all going to come down to this 1v1 isolations for them to get this battle through. And a lot of hesitation will be coming in here for a set of Bigatron Red Villains. But for a set of Procedure Evos Red Face, he has this play. He has this opportunity to make it come true. He has the gun as well to get this one going. It's a Tarlis alongside with Jan Frost is now going to be isolating one. Super Nan here spraying down with a UMP. One more bullet to connect to get the shot down. Whips up the Mini 14, misses the shots, but finally connects at the end. And now they lower the numbers down here for a set of Procedure Evos. Red face from the down below, looking to respond back. Doesn't really have the arsenal here to back himself up. Has the Uzi to hold the grounds, but the double chow comes in. One player down below looks to put on the cavalry, but it's not going to matter at all. Procedure Evos, they get eliminated as the 14th team.
And with them out of the game, that means 13 remain. And right now, we can see Fistboy on the side of NB Esports trying to relocate, trying to move around, looking for better loot. But unfortunately, it does seem that he is very, very far from the rest of his teammates. Not really playing as a squad here, going on solo. But look at this. He is inching closer towards the border of that blue storm, and he has to slowly rotate around, trying to get those high grounds or even move inwards as they don't want to be eaten by that blue storm. Same goes with the rest of his teammates who are up in this mountain, specifically Mondo, trying to spot out and scope out the players that might be trying to get away from that blue storm and move inwards towards the city. But look at this. Bigatron Red Villains, on the other hand, they are going to be safe within zone boundaries, trying to just get the best loot possible for their team, considering that they just got out of an engagement earlier, already have 4 kills to their name. They'll be looking out for those heals to be able to get their health back up.
And they have to find a way to recover from what they went through up against Procedure Evo. So far they've been doing that, but a squad will be nearing around the vicinity of the very town itself. And Sem9, if you look on top, it's going to be a complete set of firing squad that they have to deal with. And so far, Superboy RV just take on Tam out away from set of Sem9. So that's going to be them having a good start so far. Kenny S looking to draw back the attention here towards Sim. Just enough time for Dap to finally be able to get the pickup on the Tam. But they are letting time pass by for this very moment. Dap trying to suppress the shots here from a distance. Doesn't really get the connection. So I don't really think that it's about time for them to get into a clash. After all, there's really no reason that they should.
Definitely no reason for them to go into the clash unless they want to just get those eliminations and make the game a little bit faster. But right now, look at this. The players of Sem9, they are going up and down those dunes of this deserty island and just trying to find the best place to position themselves and look for those more kills. But unfortunately, they're not going to be able to spot out too many players for now, and they'll just have to wait a little bit longer before they're going to be able to go into an engagement. As you can see, all the surrounding areas close by, no matter how far they go, there's still no one in the horizon to be seen.
Yeah, and comparing to the first round of Miramar that we got to see, this one right here is played real slow. So we are going to be expecting a bit of a compact run as we move over to the vicinity of Los Leones later on. And for the set of 7 elements, they still have 2 players here. Going to be playing around Nuevo. Sem9 here playing around the ridges. A lot of heavy terrain that they got to deal with, but no heavy gunfights whatsoever. 9 minutes inside the game. Only 3 squads eliminated. That's going to be Sersha, IC, and Procedure Evos for you. And overall, just looking at the best odds here so far in regards to who can really rack up those kills, I got to hand it down here. Bigatron Red Villains having 4 elimination points and 4 complete set of players.
They are definitely looking pretty good considering that they still have a full squad. But look at this. For Miracle Vibes, they are going to be inching closer towards the players of Salwart Esports. And for Miracle Vibes and Salwart Esports, they have no eliminations under their belt right now. But they all to allow them to move around this area of the map and try to land a couple shots on each other very very close, that they can push at any moment now and go in for a full engagement in Chumakera here. And one thing they have to watch out for though is that if they cause too much noise, they're going to alert the surrounding teams. As you can see here, Bigatron, Red Villains, as well as Sem9, not too far off away from them, especially for the players of Salwart Esports. There's a possibility that they are going to be sandwiched by that. But with D Savior moving in as well, For Miracle Vibes has to watch their back as well.
It's crazy how near 4 Miracle Vibes and Salwart Esports is right now. This is looking to be the same run that we got to see when we were at the run for Erangel. Looking back at the whole fight that was able to take place on Milta. So we go back here with 4 teams right now in rotation. That's going to be Haley Esports for you on Nuevo. Sem9 here will be nearing 1 squad just right around the vicinity, and that's going to be 1-for-1 official. And this is a fight that we were supposed to see early on Erangel as well, but now it's going to be taking place into Miramar. And so far, it's going to be 1-for-1 official having the height advantage. Sem9 down below, but that could make the play here and could absolutely make the difference. Cooking up the nade, looking for that perfect medium rare, throws it down on the other side. Rafay gets tagged up. Rafay responds back with his own nade as well, but not as much damage as Depp. And he goes for another throw, puts Rafay onto half. JD, can you cover your teammate? Looking like he wants to fall back, but as long as they hold on to the height advantage, there should be no problem here for the set of 1-for-1 official.
If they're able to pull it off, then that is going to be a very, very good job for them. But 1-for-1 official, of course, they do have the high grounds advantage as well over Sem9, and that's going to give them a slight edge over those players. Not to mention also that Sem9, they are going to be down to only 2 players left, while 1-for-1 official still has 3 to play with. And right now, Mikhail, the MVP a while ago, he's going to try to make a difference here, trying to clutch things up with the rest of his teammates, trying to land some shots on the players of 1-for-1, but backing away, knowing that this is not looking good for him. And right now, you can see that 1-for-1 JD is going to try to heal up here, as he knows he is very, very low in health and that there are still a lot of opponents close by. Kenny here with aggressive plays, using those grenades to deal some damage onto his opponents, but the shots are just not lining up.
Mikhail can afford to win one clutch. Kenny S can't afford to put him in the same situation once more. Rafay cooking up the nade, throws it down to Kenny. Yes, now only 1 tap away from getting tagged up or getting taken down from the ground. And only 1 spray down, 1 bullet to connect, and he's going to be all knocked out. And Mikhail left alone, not going to stand strong. He's going to fall down, and Sem9, they get thrown out from the very round, and the run for 1-for-1 official lives on.
And with them healing up their teammates, they're still going to be able to maybe savor 3 players on their team right now, as long as, of course, they don't get any surprise attacks from their opponents. But look at this. They are going to be a little bit further away from their opponents. I think that's Yodo Alliance that are close by them, but not close enough that they would go into a fight for now. Bigatron Red Villains, on the other hand, they are going to try to relocate, hide in those buildings. And Yodo Alliance, as I said a while ago, unfortunately, though, Yodo Alliance is going to play a little bit more aggressive, using those vehicles to relocate and push the players of 1-for-1. For Miracle Vibes, on the other hand, playing the high grounds, looking and staring at the players of Bigatron Red Villains, not wanting to give away their location, but wanting to deal some damage. They're going to use those snipers to their play on the kill feed. We can see Yodo Alliance, unfortunately, getting kill after kill onto the players of 1-for-1, and 1-for-1 going to be down to their last and final player in the mix. But Hale Esports gets into the mix as well, and it's gonna be a 3-way battle here.
JD about to pay for the prize of his aggression, and he's getting tagged up from the backside. Hale Esports shuts him down, and now it's gonna be Yodo Alliance and Hale Esports for you here on top of the mountain. Tiger takes down Iftar. Flax as well. Salwart putting themselves into the mix. It's going to be a 2-way battle, and it's going to be Yodo Alliance not going to be able to endure the fight. And now we move on with Salwart Esports up against Hale Esports. Who's going to be able to reign supreme? So far, undecided. NB, Alter Ego Ares, same vicinity. But NB has its verticalities to work around with. 3 players from set of Alter Ego Ares will be coming from down below. And this is just looking to be a very hard situation to read.
It is looking very, very difficult. I mean, we have a huge variety of players in the mix right now, all in close quarters, all in angles where they can be shot by one another or they can shoot each other. And right now on the kill feed, we're going to see a couple of shots from Levi's on the side of the Savior going on to the players of Alter Egos Ares. And as I say that, they kill Potato on the side of Alter Egos Ares, taking down the whole squad, and the Savior wins that battle. But now, an overview of the map right now is the zone shrinks smaller and smaller. As you can see, no cities within the safe zone aside from the mountainous hills of this map. And right now you can see that most of the teams trying to stay on the outer circle, on the edges of that safe zone, as they don't want to go in for a very aggressive push just yet. But Salwart Esports actually going to land a couple shots here on their opponent, taking a one opponent down. He is, however, going to be a little bit further from the rest of his teammates, and that is not always the safest plan to go with.
I mean, you do have the outskirts for you. You do have the overview or the bird's eye view of the whole situation that could possibly happen. But at the same time, making too much noise at this very stage of the game is just so dangerous. And so far, it's 24 Miracle Vibes facing the fury of NBA Esports. And one player goes down to ground, goes out of the round actually. But Baron wants to avenge his teammates. So far, no impact that has been found here so far for set of 4 Miracle Vibes. This overall clash here, they had a very sloppy start, but we all know Baron is a very committed man to make the tides to go to the other side. Salwart Esports having 2 elimination points, complete set of players, alongside Vampire, Envy, and Hale Esports. So those are the 4 squads here that is looking to be in a brighter shape. For Miracle Vibes, can they mitigate the players here from set of NB? The nade flies true, doesn't connect to Fistboy. Baron has this last and final nade to make it come through, but he misses the shot once more.
And it looks a little bit of a difficult situation here for the players as things start to slow down, but that is also partially because these teams are so close to one another that they don't want to make any sudden movements here. But look at this, Mondo on the side of NB Esports, he's going to spot where exactly the players of D Savior are hiding out in that building here, landing a couple shots on the players of D Savior, not really able to get the final kill yet. But on the other hand, the players of 4 Miracle Vibes inches away from the players of NB Sports, just not really spotting one another just yet. They are going to be forced to move around as the zone starts closing up on them, and we are about to see the end of stage number 5, where the players are going to be forced into an even smaller area. And now we can see more engagements happening as Mondo uses those grenades to take some damage onto the players of the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. Apex going to get a shot dealt to him using those grenades. He is going to try to back away, trying to find cover in the rocks. Doc and Baron on the same situation, but looks like Baron is going to be in a more difficult one as he gets knocked down. The smokes are going to finally come through for them to move in towards action, but Salwart Esports on another fight of their own as they try to shoot down the players of Bigatron from afar, and looks like 4 Miracle Vibes going to be sent back to the lobby.
Oh, wow. Perfect opportunity for Salwart Esports to just overtake the players of 4 Miracle Vibes on this very run. And keep in mind, they won the first week. If they can rack up more points here, they can absolutely win the second week now. But for now, it's going to be a battle between D Xavier and CMF X GSM. Rowdy inside, does have the DBS to play with, sprays down, but doesn't get the connection. And it's going to be CMF X GSM eliminated from the get-go. The NBA Sports, Bigatron Red Villains, will be hopping in, but D Xavier beats them right into it as well to getting eliminated at this very round. Who's next? NB or Bigatron Red Villains?
Well, that question is hard to answer, but NB Sports, they have a disadvantage when it comes to the numbers. So let's see how exactly they deal with that. But right now, we are going to see the players of Hale as well taking those high grounds, trying to relocate and get a better angle of where their opponents might be. Look at the spread from the side of Hale Esports. They have some on the lower grounds, they have some on the high grounds, but close enough where they're going to be able to go heal each other and cover each other when needed. But look at this. NB Sports finally going on for the push on to Bigatron Red Villains, but Bigatron just too good with their engagements. They have two players left, and Fistboy is the one and only one on the side of NB Sports. Although he is in such a huge disadvantage because he doesn't have that much life left in him, and he has nothing to heal as well. And finally, he falls to his knees as Satarlas takes him down. Four teams remain in the mix. Will it be Bigatron claiming this out as they've already gotten 8 eliminations, but Hale not too far away as well with 7 on their name. Bigatron down to their last and final player. Tops on the side of Salwart Esports already spots him out.
Spots him down with an M416, has a 3x to back himself up, but decides to go for the buggy run instead as the zone closes in. And now we get to see that Salwart Esports still going to be alive and kicking. They're going to be taking over the northeastern side of this very mountain. But in the process, Bigatron Red Villains, they get eliminated from the chase. Top 3 teams remain. Hale, Stalwart, and Vampire. Who is it going to be? It's going to be a 3v3, v4 situation. And Vampire Esports has the best composition right now with complete set of players. And I think that it's going to be Salwart Esports now here up against Vampire. Tony K getting tagged up. One shot left to get the tag down. It's not going to be enough. Schwepp on top. Top's precision. Going to get the heady as well. 2 shots. Crucial. And that's going to be Vampire Esports feeling the pressure of Salwart Esports.
Stalwart Esports stops here, dealing a lot of damage onto the players of Vampire Esports, but he has to be careful because they have the lower grounds, they don't have the numbers to their sides, and Vampire Esports, when they want to be aggressive, they can be aggressive. And Get Slow here is going to land a 1 shot onto the players of Stalwart Esports, taking down Actiony going to be far away from the teammates that can revive him, and he is looking like it's not going to make it out alive in this match. Icy on the other hand trying to relocate himself, trying to get that revenge onto Get Slow, but not landing the shots yet, not connecting those bullets into his head. And right now Stoned on the other hand rotating as well. And these 3 teams, they are very very close to one another that there's really no telling how this is going to go down. This can be a 3-way match if ever they decide to push it out. But Stalwart Esports is looking like the team at the disadvantage point here.
They only have 2 players now, in comparison to 4 for the set of Vampire and 3 for the set of Hale. But we've seen this situation before for the set of Stalwart. They were able to change the tides around. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be a big tall order for the teams on the opposing side if ever they do so. And so far, Hale Esports, they do have the setup right now to offer a pinch against Stalwart. After all, there is no opportunity for the set of IC alongside with Tops to go for a double chow. They're just too set apart from one another. The round lives on with only 48 seconds left on the clock before the zone closes in. And the team or the duo that will get affected by the most right now is going to be Salwart Esports. Tony K on top has a quick view of Tops here on the left side. And if he does go for the commitment, that might just be it for the side of Tops.
That might be it, but of course we'll have to wait and see what exactly happens. Tops here trying to deal some shots, gets the headshot straight onto the player on the side of VPE, taking him down. Vampire Esports going to be down to 3 players now, even playing field with them and Hale. But Stalwart Esports, despite only having 2, is going to be the aggressive team in the game, in the mix right now. And as you can see, Tops here trying to relocate himself, going to use that vehicle to move around despite causing a lot of noise. He's going to do it anyway. And it looks like here I see on the side of Salwart Esports is going to do the same. But look at this. Sky only spots, stops. He's going to try to land a couple shots, but they don't line up just yet. Tony K, on the other hand, he is going to be out in the open here, trying to look for Stalwart Esports. Hale, they are another team that they have to deal with. They can pinch the players of Vampire Esports, but they are looking to just play it a little bit more passively, stay away from too many engagements, and just hide till the players on the side of Stalwart Esports and Vampire Esports kill each other off.
The longevity here for Salwart Esports is still popping through. And we've seen the situation before where a squad or a brand was put into a discrepancy, but all because of the patience that they were able to show up. They were able to slow things down, mitigate the firepower of the opposing ends. And when the time was right, they struck. And that was enough for them to win off the round. It happened for Sem9. Can it happen here for Stalwart? It's going to be tough for Vampire Esports to lose this fight. They have the upper advantage in regards to the positioning, and all because of the man count as well. If I was on the side of Salwart Esports, gonna rely on Hale Esports to soften things down against Vampire on top, and I think that's exactly what's happening here right now.
Look at this. It looks like there might be a cross engagement between all three teams right now, but the players on Vampire Esports going to have the height advantage using those grenades, throwing them straight down to the faces of Hale as well as Stalwart Esports. Going to be a back and forth between these two teams, but it looks like the players on the side of Hale, they're going to go for a little bit more of an aggressive push to the players of Stalwart Esports. Hale, some of them backing away as well, and it's going to be a mixed play, some going aggressive, some going more passively, and this is going to catch the players on the side of Salwart Esports off guard. And looks like Hale gets slow, is going to be able to get one before getting taken down. Salwart Esports, Icy is going to get slow out of the game, and only one player remains on the side of Hale. Stalwart Esports with 2 and Vampire Esports with 3, but Hale with 8 kills already, looking to revive some of his teammates, but unfortunately it looks like time is not going to be in his favor right now. Vampire Esports looking very good as they maintain their full squad, 4 players on their side, to go after the players of Salwart Esports. Tony K unfortunately falls to his knees, faced by Icy, and the players of Stalwart Esports trying to position themselves for this engagement.
Now, here we go. Tops drops the nade, takes down Schwepp. Ravenclaw down below. Can't really find the angle up against Tops, but the vehicle is about to detonate. They gotta find a way to get out from the scene, but 2 players goes down here from Set Vampire. And Stalwart, 1 step away from doing the unimaginable. 1 step away from doing the impossible. Clutching the situation up. Vampire Esports stoned. Looking to get the pickup. They'll absolutely do. But Top's cooking up the nade. May it be a direct hit. Drops the smoke, and it gets the connection. And now it's only going to be Stoned left alone here in a 2v1. Down below on the mountain. Top throws down the Molotov, and that might just be it. Stoned, closing in. Nades flies through. UMP to the face and gets a spray down. And Salwart Esports, they eliminate Vampire, and they eliminate Hale Esports.
Stalwart Esports coming out on top, and it's quite surprising because a while ago, when there were still about 5 teams left in the match, I was already seeing some predictions saying that it's going to be Stalwart, and it seems that they are going to be absolutely right for this game. Stalwart Esports going to get their chicken dinner for this 3rd match, and that's 2 for this night alone.
I don't even want to speak anymore. This is just so surprising, but at the same time, they played the factors right. They played the timing right. And that's exactly how Stalwart Esports would roll. And approximately in just a few minutes, we're going to be able to see the impact that they've been able to build up. They've been able to put up for each and every respective round. Phenomenal. Intense, insane run here for the side of Stalwart.
And look at this, Salwart Esports, they're going to be able to rack up a total of 10 eliminations with an additional 10 points from their placement points. And that means that that's an additional 20 points to their score. But guys, again, we're not going to be showing you the score. We're not going to be able to show the overall leaderboards, because we're going to keep you guys a little bit more thrilled before we end the game. But back to the team statistics. Top's going to get 6 eliminations. Icy at 3, actually at 1. And Frankie, unfortunately, wait, I'm confused. Actually, Frankie from the side of I8 was on their squad, but unfortunately, not getting any kills for that game. And for the overall for the match leaderboard, sorry, is going to be Stalwart Esports with 20 points, Hale with 14, Bigatron Red Villains and D Savior at 12, followed by Vampire Esports at 10 points, NB Esports at 5. Same goes for GSM at 5. Now going to 141 official, it's going to be 4 points from their eliminations. Sersha and IHC as well as Yodo Alliance getting 2 points each. And for the top damage dealers of the game, it's of course going to be the players of Salwart Esports and D Savior, with each of them getting 10 eliminations. But when it goes to the damage, it's going to be Stalwart Esports with the most damage.
Is it even surprising anymore? I don't know. Well, fortunately, the surprise that the production will offer for us is that we're not going to be seeing or just surprises with overall rankings. Okay, I don't mind.
Okay.
I think we're going to be getting it right after. Okay, so this is going to be the last time that we're going to be seeing the overall standing here. Shout out to Trigno, by the way. But moving over, 189% of Stalwart Esports, they overtake 4 Miracle Vibes with 11 points.
And well, look, I'm pretty happy that we're able to see the overall standings, because I really wanted to see this. Will Salwart overtake 4 Miracle Vibes? It looks like they do. And now for the next couple of games, the players of Salwart just have to be able to maintain that lead over the players of 4 Miracle Vibes if they don't want to lose their place. And below 4 Miracle Vibes, it's going to be Sem9 followed by Bigatron Red Villains. But look at this gap between Sem9 as well as Bigatron Red Villains, only going to be 1 point. And going on to the second page, most of the teams here pretty close to one another. But of course, placing 9 to 16 is not really the best for any of these teams. They would want to be on that page number 1, but unfortunately, they have their work cut out for them in the last 2 matches of the night.
96 for the set of NB Sports, 94 for the set of Genesis, 88 for the set of FAZE Clan, 85 for the set of 141 Official, and 83 for Sersha and IHC, and Vampire Esports down below with 76. I don't exactly know how they climbed up with 2 ranks being at the bottom, but they were able to push themselves on towards the top 3 of the competition. But that's just not going to be enough at all. GG, well played, halfway done for this broadcast, Wasabi.
It definitely looks like we're almost done with this broadcast, but also with the tournament in general. And from the way it's going right now, it looks like Salwart Esports might just win both week 1 and week 2 if they keep up the momentum they have right now. But going on to the MVP race, Chalknut is going to be able to overtake the players of both players on the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. Doc is going to be at second. East pushed down to third, and well, it's not looking very good for him. As we started out this day, East was on top, followed by Doc and then Chalknut, but it looks like everything has been reversed right now, and we are going to be back on to the Caster Dex Warden.
It was a 2v4 v3, so I don't exactly know how Stalwart Esports was able to manage that whole situation, but they were able to do it. And we were a bit, on the foreshadowing side on that very situation, but it did happen, and that's just a surprise right there for me. And with that dagger right there that Salwart Esports was able to put up, I think that should be it. I mean, one more good round from them and one more slop-sided round for set of 4 Miracle Vibes. It's going to be a GG well played here for this week number 2.
Yep, but guys, before we see the next two matches, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. We're going to be right back. Guys, stay tuned because our next map is going to be Sandhawk. And as you know, that map is very, very small, means a lot of action. We'll be right back. Bye, guys.
See ya.
Welcome back to once more the Do League 2023. And we're going to be approaching the second half of the broadcast here. And we are seeing that it's going to be nearing to an end here. Salwart Esports, they won 2 games so far for tonight. 4 Miracle Live, they've been trampling over and over again. And one more good round from the side of Salwart might just be the demise as well here for this week number 2. They're going to win week number 1, week number 2. And with those 2 combined, when you win those 2 weeks, you're going to be able to be the crown champions of this very event. Wasabi, it is I. No, I'm not Wasabi. I am the Warden. Alongside with me is Wasabi. And we are going to be providing the action here. And the action is going to be happening here really quickly towards Sandhawk here. Match number 4. Wasabi, take it away.
And it looks like we are going to be seeing the flight path entering from the top left of the map all the way down to the right, giving us a good spread of where the players can reach and the possible areas of where we might see the next couple of engagements. But the question really is where the circle is going to be at.
So let's see how this one's going to go. I mean, so far it's going to be a very compact map here. And looking at it's going to be boot camp owned by the way of Procedure Evos. 7-9 scattered around here towards the southern side of the map. IHC and Sersha will be dropping in the same vicinity. Painan will be occupied by 141 official and Bigatron Red Villains. For set of 7 elements and alter ego areas will be here on the Alpha Island alongside with Aegon XI8. And on the southern side of the map, it's going to be Morph GPX.
A good mix of where the players are at, and another strategy that we've seen the players of 7-9 use a while ago. They spread out through 2 different areas of the map, especially here in Sandhawk, considering how small the area is, and that just gives them a lot of loot to be able to get to their side. But look at this, Alter Ego's Ares inches very close towards the players of 7th element, and it looks like Yokta here is trying to go in for that kill. It's going to be a 1v1 as there's not too many players from the side of 7th element here. They are going to be down to their final player, and it looks like Octa is going in for the push right now. Octa pays for his aggressive plays, but Fnatic as well going to be here to back it up, and they're going to be able to eliminate the players on NB Esports. But Sersha Esports going into an engagement with IHC getting sent out as well.
Look at this. 3 squads already eliminated from the scene, and we're only talking about the 2 minutes of the game that has panned out. So I don't exactly know what's going to be happening here, because 7 elements, they go out from the chase as well. So a lot of things here are just very messy here on this run for Sandhawk. So hey, we want to see more mess, and so far it could be the Xavier up against Genesis Esports. They're all around the corner as well.
And look at this. We are seeing a lot of players in this area where the Savior is currently at. Specifically in the bottom area of the map, we can see a lot of them really bunching up there, not really coming into contact with one another yet, but it is going to be something to watch out for, as a lot of players seem to love to drop in Paradise Resort. They have it's a good balance between loot and not too many people, but again, that is going to be something to watch out for. Here things slow down as D Savior tries to go and look for the players of Genesis Esports as well as Precision Evos, but no contact coming in between them just yet. And we are going to be 12 teams left in the mix.
12 teams left into the mix. Can we see more teams falter? I mean, Genesis Esports is nearing to that end right now as they only have 1 player in this very round. And it's going to be West Carry for you up against Levi's and Perry Jin. Nades cooked up, but I don't think it's even going to go to that extent. West Carry going to deal with 3 players here. I'd be surprised if he can get 1 elimination. I mean, he has the DBS, so might just go to the way, but the nade flies through for the set of Levi's, and he's going to whip out the UMP to get the shot down. Another nade flies through, but misses the shot. And, yep, that's going to be Genesis Esports for you. Eliminated.
And out of the game they go. But look at this. D Savior trying to go into the mix with GSM as well. And it is going to be a very difficult battle here in Paradise Resort as we try to find out who is going to come out alive here. And look at this. D Savior Leva is trying to play it a little bit slower, trying to move around the area and get a better loot without making too much noise because he knows that there's 3 teams right around the corner. And look at this. Precision Evos, they're going into the mix already, getting shots landed, but not enough to put down the whole squad yet.
Ooh. With this being said, might just be Aegon XA as well. Could really take down the players of Alter Ego Ares. I mean, Rosemary here will go down to the ground, and we are seeing that a lot of things here is just truly happening. And it's going to be the battle of the letter A's. And so far, it's going to be Aegon XA8 here winning the initial fight. Dune Buggy on the hands of IQ, but there's not going to be a lot of things to worry about. And, at this point in time here, I thought that Sanhok would get played really slow. But no, the player said, hell to the no. They want to just barge in here, rack up this elimination points, and so far it's going to be the Xavier and Shersha serving that very ingredient here for Sanhok.
And now we're going to spectate the players of Agon I8 as they try to get a loot in the surrounding areas. And guys, considering that this map is very, very small, you're not going to be seeing a lot of vehicles at play. But once in a while, you'll see them pass by, just as we saw the players of Precision Evos do here. And that when that happens, that causes a lot of noise. And now the players of GSM knows exactly where they are, ready for those engagements to come through. And look at this. GSM Mimo is going to be here right under the player of the Savior Lamborghini. And look at this. They're not spotting each other just yet, but the Savior knows exactly where he is, preparing that grenade to come through and the gun as well to take him down. And looks like Mimo on the side of GSM gets eliminated, and the whole squad as well. Down to 10 teams left. Serious spots out the players of Bigatron Red Villains, going to land a couple shots but not enough to kill the dude, and he walks away safely.
De nada. No. Hell to the no he goes. And 1-for-1 official. They still want to get this one through. And the battle lives on with only 10 teams left inside this game. 38 players in total. And now we're seeing the zone play out. It's going to be a battle here towards the central side of the map. And we get to see that it's going to be Bigatron Red Villains. 1-for-1 official. Morph GPX. Sem9 alongside with Sersha as well. And now Precision Evos and the Xavier will be playing around the Paradise Resort. Aegon XA8 and Alter Ego Ares will be here on the island of Alpha. For the time being here, we're not really seeing anything pan out, but as soon as we move back to any of the players, rest assured that a battle will be happening.
And look at this, zone is getting smaller and smaller. A lot of our teams still at the Camp Alpha and Boot Camp area, as well as Paradise Resort. But they have to start moving to the lower half of the map because that is where the zone is going to be. And unfortunately for them, only 1 or 2 actually of those bridges are going to be safe to use for them. And now we are going to be seeing last couple of players on the side of Precision Evos as well as Alter Egos Ares as they go into engagements, and it looks like 1-for-1 is going to get some shots landed onto the players of Bigatron as well, and looks like Starless is going to be taken down, but teammates close by going to be able to try and stick that revive, getting him back up. Sersha on another engagement with Hale as well, and it's going to be a back and forth between these 4 teams on their respective battles. Look at this, Lynx trying to stick the revive here, getting his teammate back up in the game.
That's exactly what you want, full cohesive squad for you into the mixture. And Bigatron Red Villains, they have like 2 players knocked down to the ground, 1 player ready out from the chase, and it's just a perfect opportunity for the opposition here to make the push. And Flasher with a DBS, spraying down 2 players. That's going to be leaving Chopper and RNJ left alone for the squad of Sersha. And Flash has to find a way to pick one comrade up to force this one to a 2v2, but instead he decides to go out and looking like he wants to lead his teammates here outside in the open. So I think that's going to be a good call as long as Sam9 don't spot them at all. But back to the action here between the 1-for-1 official and Bigatron Red Villains. Bigatron Red Villains, they get sent out as the 10th team here for this very round.
And now we are going to be down to 9 final teams, but with Hale, Sersha, and Sem9 all at the mix right now, it's not looking good for them. But look at this, Sem9, they are pinch playing from 4 different angles, and they're going to try to sandwich not only the players of Hale onto that area, but Sersha Esports as well. And look, let's see how exactly this plays out. Hale going to be trying to stay alive here as they fight with Sersha in a very, very small area. But now Sem9 going for a push, all simultaneously, all at the same time, going towards that building. They are putting a lot of pressure onto these players. The grenades are coming through into the buildings, into the huts, and trying to take down the players of Hale. But Hale Flash are going to be the last player alive, makes it out here, going to spot one of the players on the side of Sam9. But look at this, gets surrounded, gets taken out of the game. 8 teams remain as Hale goes back to the lobby, and now it's just a matter of when they spot that last and final player of Sersha who's hiding into the building.
One definition that Sanhawk is lacking right now is definition and who can really come out on top. Because so far, with every team that is on top of the board right now, talking about the top 4, they always have at least 2 to 3 people outside already from the very game itself. And it goes to show, yeah, they are battle scarred. They are facing a lot of damage, but their longevity overall will get affected as we move over now to the next stage of the game. And once more, we are seeing Sem9 looking to call rendezvous up against this last and final player for set of Sersha. But the zone will be pressuring Shopper here to go out from the shed at least. But at the same time, this is only stage 3, so the ticks are not really hurting. But whenever he does decide to go out too much in the open, he might just get exposed up against a player of Sem9.
And look at this, the players on the side of Agon I8, they're starting to relocate. They only have one kill to their name, but they're looking to get more. And 1-for-1 official here, they're going to try and deal some damage onto the players of Morph, but the backup coming just in time. Here it's going to be a 1v4 engagement between the players of Morph and a 1-for-1 official with Leon here. Be able to clutch it up. Will he be able to get the kill onto the players and revive his teammate? Oh, actually his teammate died, but will he be able to get the clutch? But right now it looks like he's not going to be able to make it out of that engagement alive, as the players of 1-for-1 just too good at using those utilities. Same goes for the players on the Savior. They get sent out of the game, and look at this, down to 6 teams left, but Precision Evos and Sersha, only 1 player in the mix.
Sersha, 5 elements for them, but might just be put to stay later on. 1-for-1 official, though, slowly but surely climbing back here on top of the run here for the side of Sandhawk. That's looking to be a very good shape for them. Aegon XA8, still a complete set of players. Can deal with 1-for-1 official. That's going to be on top of the mountain. And that's going to be Falak here scouting the vicinity up. And I think that in some way, this might just be an initiation here for a set of Aegon XA8. But I've got to pick your gunfights. Can't rush in. Good things may come to those who wait, but at the same time, not to those who wait, it's too late. So it's all going to come down to the aggression here for a set of Aegon XA8. Let's come and find out if it's going to be Blade or Falak here on the front lines that will try to make the play.
And right now, we are going to see the player on the side of Agon I8 slowly pushing towards a 1-for-1. Now, the problem with this, Agon I8, they are at the lower grounds. They don't have too much cover in comparison to the players of 1-for-1. And not only that, but they are playing in pairs and not really going as a full squad. So that's going to be a little bit more of a difficult push for them. But look at this. The one and only player on the side of Precision Evos, he's going to be on that blue storm outside, not even going into the safe zone. Even if there's no one around him, he's not going in there because he knows that it's important that he stays alive and stays away from engagements. But right now, we are going to see the ruins stacking up with players in the surrounding areas as we see an engagement about to push through between 141 and Agon I8. It's just a matter of time now before we see that play out. But same goes with Sem9 as they are forced to rotate into the area and the players on Alter Egos Aries as well.
Ooh, 7-9 wrapping around here from Nakam. Might just have the better angle here. But for now, it's still going to be the battle here between 141 official and Egg on XA. Falak crawling here. Slowly. Going to be able to spot down the players of 141 official. And the nade could have came in pretty disastrous. But it doesn't happen. An IQ here from down below could support his teammate now. Falak not wasting any time. Throws down the Molotov. Exposes himself out in the open. But decides to go inside a shed to reset the play. And now Buzzem as well. UZM actually will be here into the mix. Throws down 8 to the left side. That's going to be forcing JD to go to the right. And Aegon XA, despite a lot of investment that they have been able to put up, looking like they want to pull away here on this hypercar because it's just getting a bit too hot here as of the moment.
And look at this. The players on the side of 141, they are just holding down that borderline, waiting for the right moment to push. And as the players on Agon I8 back away, they are going to go forward, trying to get into that safe zone. 6 teams remain in the mix. High grounds going to the side of of 141 official as Agon I8 is forced to the lower grounds. But on the other side of the mountain, it's going to be Sem9 with the high grounds as well. But look at this. Falak, he's going to be on the run right now, but unfortunately gets spotted by Sirius from behind, gets shot down to his knees, and it looks like the players of 141, they have 9 kills already to their name, and still all players alive. They're playing this team as well as possible, trying to stay alive, trying to keep all players in the 4 players in the mix, but they have to be careful because Sersha, the last player on the side of Sersha Shopper, is going behind them, and it looks like Kenny is going to be the one going in for the push, lands that shot on Shopper, but Tam on the side of Sem9 gets taken down as well. Kenny going to be able to go and stick that revive as there's not too many players in the surrounding areas.
A bit of a cough right there because of all the smokes that's going to be going all around this very map. A lot of heat as well. Aegon XA8 is still going to be, longing to get this fight to go through up against them in 141 official. But I don't exactly know if they want to go for this commitment. After all, they have the verticalities, they have the high grounds. And if the timing is right for them, they could really get these 4 elimination points directly to their side. But they got to worry about Sem9 here wrapping around from the southern side of the map. Alter Ego Ares will be on the central side, and the one and only Pursuit Eos Lynx will be coming in from the eastern side. And we are seeing a composition of 5 teams total here that will be battling it out. And now the initiation comes through here from the side of IQ on the side of Aegon XA8. Takes down 1, but the trade-off comes true from the M416. And now it's all going to come down to UZM here to make the play. But instead, he wants to go running away from the scene, but bumps the rock instead. Now he is going to be out in the open. And from afar, you see 3 vehicles going down the mountain. That's going to be Sem9 for you, looking to wrap around the mountain.
And look at this, Sirius going to try and hide in this area with the rest of his teammate as well. They know that there's going to be a lot of action happening in just a couple of minutes because there's only 5 teams that remain. But 141 looking like the team that might be able to win this match as they have the best position so far and they have 11 kills to their name. Not only that, but the numbers advantage is favoring them as well. And right now, they're spotting out the players on the side of Sem9, probably one of their biggest threats right now. Agon I8 also gets eliminated from the game. 4 teams left in the mix, and it looks like Sem9 is going to try to strategically play this out. They have the disadvantage when it comes to the numbers, but this team is a team that is so good at winning out their gunfights, so consistent in winning or placing high up there in the tournaments, maybe not winning all of their matches, but at least doing a decent amount of damage. They are definitely something that 141 has to watch out for.
141 official, on paper, should be in control of this very mountain or in this very game itself, because they do have 11 elimination points, and that is something that we don't really get to see from them quite a lot, especially on the run for Sanhok. But it goes to show that the experience and the familiarity that they can offer in the spectrum is just so paying off. And we get to see that two players from the set of Alter Ego Ares will go down under the hands of 1-for-1 official. But Fnatic with the double nade will respond back with two. And now we get to see that it's going to be a 1v2 here for this very moment.
1v2 versus 3. Lots of teams in the mix right now, but it's mostly going to be the players of 1-for-1 official who's going to be in trouble because they are surrounded by a lot of teams in the area. Sem9 on the other hand, they're gonna stay away from the mix for now. And Mikhail on the side of Sem9, he is just dealing some damage from afar, trying to put some warning shots onto the players over on that mix. Fnatic going to be the last player on the side of Alter Egos. Ares, low on health, gets taken down from the game. Precision Evos, a last player in their mix as well. 1-for-1 official, still alive in the game. 3 players remain, and that is just enough to take down the players of Sem9 as well once they come into contact. But it looks like the players of 1-for-1 official will have to deal with Lynx on the side of Precision Evos before going into an engagement with Sem9 Kenny. With Sem9.
3v1 v3. Sem9, are you gonna drop the ball? Look like it's gonna be Janaza dropping down the nade and takes half HP away from Mikal. But Sirius will get tagged up from Kenny S, and Sirius will get thrown out from the round. Janaza spraying down. Kenny S knocked down, and a quick respondment from the set of 1-for-1 official will be putting one player on its demise here for the set of Sem9. It's gonna be a 2v2 here between them and Sem9. 1-for-1 official. Rafay down below. Jinaza on top. Link still lurking inside at Shed. Waiting for things to play out here. And I don't exactly know how to feel about this. Rafay does take on Kenny S. Confirming the kill. Now it's all going to be a fight here on the mountains. A 2v2.
2v2, but look at this. Janaza going for a very aggressive play. He's pushing towards the players of Sem9. He's going to be able to get one, and he's looking to get the other one. Will he be able to line up the shots? Looks like he takes down the players of Sem9. Lynx, last player that he has to deal with. Will it be Janaza or Lynx? But Lynx looks like he's going to fall to the storm, and Persija Evos gets eliminated. 1-for-1 gets the winner chicken dinner for game number 4.
Wow, 1-for-1 official. All because of the positioning that they were able to offer on that mountain. They were able to beam the players down of Sem9 and Persija Evos Lynx. A lovely chicken dinner for them. Here served perfectly well here on this very match number 4. And Wasabi with match number 4 said and done. Next match will be the last to determine who's going to be the champions of the Do League 2023.
But before we see that, 1-for-1 official again getting the win for game number 4 of the night over at Sanhok. And guys, this is going to help boost the points that they had a while ago. Unfortunately though, we're not really going to see that overall standings again, but we are going to see that they got 16 eliminations in one match alone. And not only that, but 10 additional points in for placements as well, and that's going to add up to a total of 26 points to their name. So no matter where they were on the scoreboard, that's for sure going to move them up even a little bit. But right now, look at this. Janaza with 7 kills, Sirius and Rafai on 4, and JD on 1. Very good spread of eliminations per player, but unfortunately, JD just got eliminated a little too early in that match.
Wow, 7-4 just out of Janaza. Rafay down below was able to patrol things out, and he was able to take care of business here from down below. So those two players right there was able to rock things down. And 1-for-1 official, we had a big question on whether are they going to be able to put up a fight before they end off their run here for this League 2023, and they absolutely did. 26 points for them, 15 for set of Precision Evos, 11 for DX Xavier, 10 for set of Sem 9, 9 for set of Alter Ego Ares, Sersha on 7, Aegon X8 on 5, Hale on 3, and Genesis Esports on 2. 1-for-1 here for the side of Morph GPX and 7 Elements, and for the side of Bigatron Red Villains, NB Esports, IHC, and CMF GSM, they will have none.
And right now, that is just going to mean that we'll see a 1-for-1 official moving up, as well as Precision Evos and the Savior. Although for the other teams, I'm not sure if it's going to make too big of a difference at the very least. But again, guys, we are not going to be seeing the official overall leaderboard still after the match, or actually on the social media platforms of Esports County and Mountain Dew Mongolia. So guys, don't forget to go follow those pages and check out what exactly are going to be the final rankings after the night and who is going to claim the title as the winner of week number 2. But right now, top D damage dealers of the match, it's going to be 1-for-1 official with that 16 kills.
Whew. I mean, once more, this is just so impressive for the set of 1-for-1 official. But hey, we'll see if they can do exactly some more actions here. But before anything else, Wasabi, we're going to be wrapping things off here on this very match. Wasabi, are you ready on what's about to come for the next match and the last battle here for this Duo League 2023?
I am beyond ready right now. I'm very excited to see the last and final match, because I want to know who is going to be the champion of this tournament. But before we see that last and final match, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. Guys, stay tuned for the next one, because it's going to be a wrangle, and the groups playing in that match is going to be B, C, D, and E. So stay tuned for that. We'll be right back.
And it's gonna be the last time that we're gonna be alone here on this caster desk here. And we are once more the English voices for this very event here. Alongside you shout out to Asin, alongside with Kuku TV and Vinci as well for showing up as well in the midst of the second week. But yeah, we're gonna be ending this one off here. Wasabi. It is gonna be the time for us to show ourselves here for this last and final match. Who will reign supreme here for this New League 2023? We are about to find out soon enough.
Yep, that is a huge question right now because there's a lot of things riding it. It's all about who's going to get that first to fourth spot as well as the overall standings of all of these teams. But guys, again, for the fifth map, we are going to be going into Erangel, and this time it's going to be a group B, C, D, and E playing. That means we're going to say goodbye to the players on group A, which specifically means that the teams of Precision Evo's, Hail Esports, NB Esports, IHC Esports, Morph GPX, FaZe Clan, Genesis Esports, Agon I8, Stalwart Esports for Miracle Vibes, Yodo Alliance, and Vampire Esports, as well as Alter Egos, Aries, The Savior, 141 Official, and CMF GSM are going to be playing, while Bigatron Red Villain, Sem9, Sersha Esports, and 7th Element are left hoping that their placements don't move too much over this last match.
I doubt that it will because, I think Salwart Esports has solidified themselves now. But at the end of the day, this is the last and final chance that we are going to be able to see possibly a change here that could possibly happen. But at the same time, Salwart Esports already racked up so much points coming from the very first week, and they did win the very week itself. And they have one player already on the run as well to becoming the MVP. If they just get this very last and final round to go for their side, I think it's going to be a GG well played. It might just be, and it should be, Salwart Esports here winning this very event. For Miracle Vibes, all eyes on you if you can make this one go through. But at the same time, odds are against your side, but we want to get proven wrong.
Well, let's see exactly if you're able to pull that off. But as we saw a while ago, the last time that we saw the overall standings, not the current ones right now, Salwart Esports was on top, but for Miracle Vibes, they weren't far behind. And as you know, if they're able to get a lot of eliminations and high placement points as well, they might just be able to inch their way to the players of Salwart Esports, because in game number 4, both of these teams were not in the mix. So that means the standings are still the same for these two teams at least. So there's a lot of things riding here, but again, Stalwart is a hard one to beat.
There's just something that me, Torix, you, Medusa, and all the rest of the cashers talked about, is that how can Stalwart Esports be stopped? Well, let's say if they dropped into the first game, they go through this and that, and they get disconnected. That's the only time that they might just get stopped here, because they've done the unimaginable so far, clutching a 2v4v3 earlier on the last run for Miramar, and winning their second win here for this very match day that we have. And approaching this last and final one, we are still going to be seeing them play out. So it's going to be head-to-head. And finally, we don't want to keep you all waiting. We are now indeed going to be moving over now to the last and final match for New League 2023, heading straight back to the El Clasico Erangel.
And right now, we are going to be seeing the flight path is going to go straight down almost in the center of the map, more or less. But nonetheless, the players are going to be dropping off in a huge variety of areas as they try to go and spread out through the map. Now, I think this is a pretty good flight path for this last and final game. Let's see, though, if the safe zone is going to be really favorable towards the players or not. But for now, a good even spread through the upper half and lower half of the map.
And you're seeing that it's going to be 1-for-1 official heading straight to Salwart. For a set of Morph GPX leaning towards the northern side of the map. For a set of 1-for-1, IHC Esports alongside with Alter Ego Ares, that's going to be Georgia free occupied. And for the side of Haley Esports, same goes for them, but instead it's going to be on the town instead of the docks. Now, for the side of Formerical Vibes and Salwart Esports, the odds are not looking so right for them, all because of the fact that, it is going to be leaning towards the northern side, especially for the circle itself. For the side of Vampire Esports, I don't exactly know what happened there for that very player for a set of Vampire Esports, but they are going to be heading straight to Primorsk for a set of Egon XA8. That's going to be Peripier for them. And Udu Alliance coming in from the southern side of the main island.
And look at this, the safe zone is going to appear in the upper half of the map. A lot of the teams inside, but those in the military base island, they are gonna have to travel a little further than they would have wanted probably. But right now, nonetheless, pretty good zone for this last and final match. A nice way to end the day. But going back into game number 5, as we can see here, there are a lot of players stacked up at that hospital area right now, and we are going to be seeing a couple of teams inching closer towards one another.
And this is exactly what we want to see, Alter Ego, Ares, and IHC here going at it at the most part. And, for this very time being, we are seeing that, it's going to be a bit of a really missed situation here. But at the same time, I want to see who's going to be able to reign supreme for this one. And so far, this hospital run is going to be a bit of a questionable take here. Demo OG will be hopping in, gonna go inside the main entrance. Has gonna be meeting one player here from the side of Alter Ego Ares, and he's gonna be able to get the beam down. Fnatic goes down to the ground. The cavalry comes through, but they don't really have the angle. But Demo OG will be doubling things down. But Octa with a pump action shotgun will get the connection as well. And IHC feeling the demise, but the Uzi to the face will be able to get one. Checks to the back, gets a shot down as well. And Alter Ego Ares will only have one player remaining.
Alter Ego Ares not looking very good for them because Godless is being absolutely godless here, getting kill after kill, and with the backup from his teammates, they have eliminated majority of the players on the side of Alter Egos. Right now, Godless on the run for the hunt for the last and final player on the side of Alter Egos. Ares, he spots him, gets that final kill, and Rosemary takes him down, but Godless also gets taken down by his teammate's grenade, unfortunately, and that is going to be a little bit of a mix there, but nonetheless, they can still be revived, and IHC is still going to maintain that full squad. Right now, taking a quick look at the overall map, not too many teams close by just yet, so we're going to have to wait a little longer before we see more engagements happening. But of course, with vehicles in the mix, we can see these players rotate closer to one another, and maybe we'll have an engagement then.
And now we get to see the rotations here are going to be scattered all across from the side of west to east to south to north. Everything's going to be well occupied, and there's going to be at least like 5 to 6 teams here that's not going to be part of the circle. Actually, make it 7 or 8 actually. So it's going to be a battle of rotation here once more. Vehicles must be coming into play, and that's exactly what IHG Esports is holding on to. And, unfortunately for the set of Alter Ego Ares, they're going to be missing out on the action here coming in for the next few minutes of this broadcast. We still have, 25 minutes more to go before we wrap things off here for this last and final round on this last and final day of the Do League 2023. Genesis Esports West Carry will be on this motorcycle. We're going to be slicing through the middle of the map. And that is going to be him in rotation right now to get near into the watery side of the central side of the map.
And look at this. So we are seeing the players of Genesis Esports trying to relocate themselves, trying to move around. Despite being in zone, they are trying to get a better angle of where they might be staying. On the side of Hale, though, they are going to be on the upper left side of the safe zone, trying to move in closer, and it looks like they'll be able to do just that safely since there's not too many teams in the surrounding areas. But of course, they still have to watch out because with a lot of these teams rotating, there can be action going on in a pretty soon. But for now, they're safe here out in the docks, trying to get the better loot here and get ready for more action.
And now that we are seeing the run here for the side of Novo, it's gonna be Salwart Esports for you, not really having any troubles whatsoever. But if they do decide to go to the main side of the military island or Sosnovka, they might just be able to meet For Miracle Vibes. But looking like For Miracle Vibes already crossed to the other side of the bridge, at least for one player. And the rest will go on as well in rotation. And they need this rotation badly because they can't afford to come late into the party.
Definitely doesn't want that to happen, especially with the storm slowly eating up the area. For Miracle Vibes has to get the move on it. But of course, this is just stage number 1. Not too painful yet, not too much to worry about. Nonetheless, you'd want to be able to position yourself within that safe zone to be able to get the advantage later on. Right now, they are going to get onto that vehicle, start moving around and getting into those safe areas. But on the side of Agonai 8, they have secured the high grounds here right on the border of the zone, trying to watch for any of those teams that might be looking to move into the zone or might be in the surrounding area so that they can go in for those long range engagements and try to shoot them down.
Now, for the side of NXA, they are going to be moving over to the playing grounds here. Not much cover, but not much trouble as well. And I want to see more runs here from set of Aegon XA8, although despite the fact that the spotlight is not really owned by them anymore, it's still not too late as well to put yourself into the mixture. But now we are seeing the central side of the zone as well will be congested by 4 squads in total. And there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 squads will be coming in from the southern side of the circle as well. And the battle is just going to live on. But for the time being, not much expected to come through. But as soon as they say that, the Xavier, they go head-to-head up against Haley Esports.
Yep, a lot of action happening right now because we have actually 2 different clusters, one by Giorgio and one on the right side of by Rozok for the right side of the safe zone right now. So there's going to be a lot of engagements going through, and right now we're going to take a look at Hale as they try to go up against IHC, who has just taken down a couple of players on the side of the Savior. 13 teams left on the mix, and it looks like Flash taking a lot of damage, going to back away, but gets that final kill on Godless before exiting the area 1-for-1, trying to look for the revenge onto the players of Hale, who still has 4 players on their squad. IHC, on the other hand, they are looking to get their revenge, using those grenades to get some damage dealt onto their players. But Hale just way better on using those angles with those grenades to take some damage onto IHC. It's going to be a back and forth between them. IHC still has 3 players. They remain alive, slowly putting pressure, slowly pushing closer, but not enough to really force Hale out of this situation.
Not just yet. Flash could come to nade. Demo Uji just on the other side. Vampire Esports can be found into the mix as well soon enough, as Zial is going to be leading them into their very direction. And Tiger gets a nasty connection onto Alex for set of IHC. That could be the opener for them. And Tiger, Flash, gets a connection onto Demo OG as well. That's going to be 2 players down. Make it a triple if Zal eats up the last and nade. And that happens right there. IHC, they go next here to go out of the round.
12 teams remaining, but the action continues because Hale is not out of the woods just yet. They still surrounded by the players of Vampire Esports, and now calling more attention towards them. Vampire Esports goes for an aggressive push, but looks like Screep from the side of Vampire Esports going to have to pay for that as he gets taken down. Vampire Esports down to 3 players left, but Tiger being a very aggressive Tiger right now, going in for the push, going to be able to take down one player. And he is looking to take down the other one as well. Tony K right around the corner, not spotted due to the smoke, but Tiger going in for the kill right now. Unfortunately, forced to back away, trying to heal up his teammate. It's going to be a 2 players on the side of Hale, and it looks like to be 2 players on the side of Vampire Esports as well. But Tiger is going to get some shots landed on Tony K, falls to his knees, and the last player, Ravenclaw, on the side of Vampire Esports, he's going to back away.
And now Hill Esports, they claim 9 elimination points so far at the current state of the game, but they do lose 2 players so far. Could just be 1 as they get the pickup, but the knockdown comes through. And now we get to see that Vampire Esports gets eliminated officially from the get-go. And now we draw back to the situation here for 4 Miracle Vibes, and they're around the vicinity of Hale Esports. It's going to be Doc for you here playing the Ridge, bandaging up, ensuring that he has the most health before he gets into an engagement, but he's just a bit too out in the open. And CMF X GSM will be just behind him. And I'm loving the call here. He wants to go for the rotation because he is just too wide here into the battlefield.
And right now, we are going to see a quick overview of the map here for just a couple minutes to give us an idea of where exactly the players are at. And as you can see here, that a lot of them are going to be on that bottom right side of the circle as they stack up. It's not only going to be Agonai 8 there, but as well as Salwart Esports, and it looks to be Precision Evos and Genesis Esports as well. So a lot of teams in the mix, but none of them really going in for the engagements just yet. Very, very close to one another. They have spotted one another, but one push from any of these teams can lead to a lot of chaos and crossfire between these 4 squads.
Definitely. Red face. Molotov flies through. That's going to be heading into the direction of Blade. Falak inside a gasoline station will be the only player standing strong here, but the nade will get cooked up. Ricochet's back. That's going to be buying them enough time, but at the same time, it's not going to be enough. And Aegon XA8 will be the next squad to get eliminated from the case. 12:46 is the time of the game. 10 teams remaining so far and 37 players in total. We get to see 4 Miracle Vibes here on the supercar. We'll be rotating around the outskirts here, coming from the river on Rozak. And they don't really have a lot of things to deal with. All they want to do right now is secure those placement points. Because, scores are pretty tied up in regards to them and Salwart Esports, but at the same time, Salwart, they don't really have to prove a lot in regards to getting those eliminations because they are still on top.
And right now, we are going to see the players of Precision Evos trying to rotate, trying to go away from all the action here. But with the vehicles just roaming around the area, that's going to cause a lot of noise. And little did they know that going a little bit further back is going to cause them to go into an engagement with the players of Genesis Esports as well. But look at this. The players of Salwart Esports, they're pushing up. They're pushing towards the zone. And that is exactly their goal. They try to move in right now, trying to spot out the players of Yodu Alliance who's hiding in the building, and it looks like Frankie going to be able to land a couple shots there, but not able to secure the kill just yet. Mad Cat here looking to kill off the players of Hale. GSM going to be able to land a couple shots on them, and GSM maintains their 4 players in the squad, gets 2 kills already, looking to take down the whole Hale squad as there's only 2 that remains.
Oh yeah, they want to get this one through. They want to get this one said and dealt with. CMF XGSM Rowdy gonna be playing here around the border of the zone. He does spot 1 player from the side of Hale Esports, and he does take things slow. But back here we have, and we get to see Salwart Esports and Procedure Evils will be on the same side, but they will be forced into the rotation once more. And on the bottom left, we get to see that a player from the side of CMF XGSM, that's gonna be Rowdy for you, getting knocked down by 1 player of Hale Esports. And for the side of Hale Esports, pretty much out in the open. A bit of a diversion there in regards to the attention, but he decides to drop out. Big mistake for him. CMF XGSM, they respond back with their own buggy as well, and they detonate C-Sky only. Only 1 player remaining here for the side of the players here of Hale Esports, and I think that might just be the end.
Things are getting close towards the end right now, Warden. As you can see, the zone is getting smaller and smaller, and only shooting range is going to be the buildings within that safe zone for now. Most of it going to be mountainous open areas for the players to go into fights with one another. But look at this. We are going to see the players on GSM. They still have a full squad on their side, and they are looking to stay and keep it that way. Now they're occupying a huge area on the bottom left side of the map, trying to zoom around with their vehicles here, trying to be able to occupy as much land as possible and keep the players out. That is going to put pressure on the teams in the surrounding areas. But look at this morph. They are going for an aggressive play onto the players of Salwart Esports. Salwart Esports having no idea where the shots are coming from, going to use those smokes to hide their teammates from the players of Morph. And right now it looks like they're gonna try to heal up two of the players of Salwart Esports down. They're going to try to look to pick them back up, but with Yoru here on the window trying to shoot every shot possible, it's going to be a very, very difficult one for Stalwart to stay alive in.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on the situation now for Salwart Esports, you don't really want to have this very look for your side. I mean, yes, for sure, the game is solidified here, at least for the time being, but you being able to extend your longevity more here into this competition will just ensure that you will be the number one squad here in this very game. And so far, it's going to be them getting tagged up with a DMR, and I don't think this is going to be the way here for the set of Salwart Esports.
Might not be their lucky day right now, because it looks like one of the players on the side of Morph is trying their best right now to really take down all of the players of Stalwart Esports. But Stalwart, they're doing pretty good. They revive their teammates every time. They're taking some damage, but enough to stay alive. And with their vehicles, they're going to be able to exit the area just in time before they're spotted by the players of Morph again. And Morph, distracted by the smokes, going to be able to allow the players of Stalwart Esports to escape. But on the other hand, for Miracle Vibes, going into the mix with Yodo Alliance, they're going to be down to the last and final player. And just like that, Yodo Alliance gets out of the game. For Miracle Vibes, back in the mix here. 3 players remaining on their side, 2 eliminations so far. And it looks like they have to be able to do a little bit better if the players of For Miracle Vibes want to even get this chance of catching up to Salwart Esports right now.
Now, Genesis Esports is going to be dealing with Procedure Evos, but Stalwart Esports, they get eliminated now. Number one, no more, at least for this very match itself. It's all going to come down to 4 Miracle Vibes, with 3 of their players to come in and change the tides around here for these overall ranking. But more GPX, Bobo Ho gets a spray down, finds 2 on the staircase. Rafay down below, cooks up the molly. Rafay falls back, and he's going to be able to stay alive for this very moment. But he's trapped right there inside his bunker, and the players will just be waiting for him to come out. Baron for the set of 4 Miracle Vibes will be able to get Janaza tagged up. Easter closing in the distance, hopping up on Setta's Ridge. They have 2 elimination points total. They could get at least 3 more here, or 4 more actually, as Morph GPX will be right around the vicinity as well. And Apex, he does take down that last and final player from the set of 1-for-1 official, and they eliminate them here. Actually, it's going to be Morph GPX beating 1-for-1 official right to it.
And looks like 6 teams remain in the mix. And guys, before we see the end of this match, I want all of you guys to comment down in the comment section below. What are your predictions for this game? Will Precision Evos be able to claim this? Will it be GSM or some other team in the mix? But right now, back to the game. For Miracle Vibes East, he's going to throw his grenade down into the mix here, as he knows that there is a player on the opposing team hiding there. East unfortunately gets met by fire and has to back away for now. A little bit of a mixed play here. And for the side of Precision Evos, unfortunately going to get spotted by the players of Genesis Esports from afar, gets out of the game. 5 teams remain.
5 teams remaining. 4 Miracle Vibes still alive and kicking, but Baron takes his teammate out with a Molotov. Does pick up East. Rafay still down below, but look at the vehicles. Perfectly parked to avoid... Oh, never mind. He can fit. Drops a nade, throws it down. Baron tagged up. East as well. One tap away in. 4 Miracle Vibes will get double challenged, all because of the Saiga. That S12K will be the bane for them. One last player remaining for the set of 4 Miracle Vibes.
And it looks like Apex is going to be that last and final player. They spot each other, Rafai taking some damage from that grenade. Apex trying to deal another one, but Rafai deals one back. It's going to be back and forth with the utilities here, trying to land it, but Apex pulls out a gun and he gets the kill just in time before he gets killed as well. Looks like they eliminate each other out of the match, and now only 3 teams remain. One last player on the side of NB Esports going to run for his life, trying to stay alive, but luckily for him, he's going to be far away from any of the other teams. Genesis Esports, on the other hand, 3 players in the mix, going to be able to revive that one. And GSM, on the other hand, they have a full squad, but right now they are pushing towards each other. Genesis versus GSM. Who is going to come out alive? It's just a matter of time before we find out. Master Smile here going in for aggressive push into the house, into the building, but unfortunately gets met by a grenade. Down on health, low on health, needs to heal up here.
Mad Cat sprays down, takes down Master Smile. The battle lives on here inside a house with Memo. Inside, the Molly kicks in, and that's going to be enough for them to get burned down. The DBS will be able to get the last and final shot to connect. And Murna Boy will try to get the pickup. The nade flash through for a set of Mad Cat. And is that going to be enough to get the kill? Not going to be the case. The pressure lives on here from the set of Murna Boy. Mad Cat does heal up here. Actually decides to fall back. I don't exactly know what's going to call here. But a DBS is looking to be pretty dangerous. So far, it's going to be a 1v1v1. 2 players down for a set of GSM. 1 player down for a set of Master Smile. And it's all going to live out to this moment. Murna Boy takes on Memo. Now it's going to be a 2v2v2v1.
And looks like Mad Cat prepared to throw that Molotov, trying to get the last and final kill, or at least deal some damage and secure that kill. But it unfortunately just doesn't add up for him right now. And Mad Cat going to be able to revive one of his teammates, same time taking down the last and final player on the side of Genesis Esports. And it looks like we're going to be down to 2 teams here, Warden. Will it be NB Esports or GSM? GSM still has 2 players on their side, but with not much to heal up, they are going to be very low on health. NB Esports, Akaz is going to be the last one alive. He has the height advantage. He knows where the players of GSM is. But GSM, unaware that he's right around the corner, going to get some shots dealt on them. Akaz, this is his moment. This is an opportunity to clear out and get the win. The grenade comes through, but the question is, will it hit? Looks like his scope is a little off to the right. But now we are going to see a back and forth between Mad Cat and Akaz here, but Akaz playing it very tactically, using the crouch to his advantage, missing the shots of Mad Cat. Mad Cat very, very low on health, but has that med kit to heal up. Health going back into his side, smokes to cover the area, giving him a little bit more time to revive himself. And now this is the moment of truth, Warden.
A moment of truth here, a big old standoff. May it be the last and final run, or can we see some more? A big old 1v1 here. CMF, XGSM, and NBA Esports battling it out, crawling through the grass. And it's all going to be the battle of patience now. Both players here in pressure from the zone itself. It's all just going to come down to the timing here once more, when who's going to be able to get this one through. And so far, the zone here is going to be favoring Akaz. Can they get the finisher here? Let's come and find out, Wasabi.
And right now, you can see Mad Cat forced to move in due to the zone. Looks like he might be forced to stand up in just a couple of minutes. But Akaz on the side of NB Sports looking pretty good. Looks like he has a better angle here. And look at this, Akaz, and really not worrying about much in the world. In the center of the safe zone, going to have a lot of time to move around. Mad Cat, on the other hand, has to play it a bit more safely. But the zone starts to shrink. Mad Cat going to try to loot this box, but unfortunately just a little bit too paranoid that Akaz might be right around the corner to be able to get that. Now Akaz using this rock to be his shield, He's going to hide here for a while, looking for the right moment to go in for the push, waiting for the zone to give him the cue on when he should attack Madcat.
All gonna come down to the timing. Zone closing in 20 seconds now. And the Cavs will be wrapping around here towards the northeastern side of the map. We'll be hoping to get an angle. Mad Cat below, behind the drop itself. Looking to just wait things out. After all, you don't need to rush. This is the last and final moment that you can prove yourself here for the side of Akaz and Mad Cat. And now they want to take things slow just a little bit. Akaz making a lot of actions, getting heated up, looking to get the run to come in. Can he get the angle? Mad Cat taking things slow. Akaz pulling away, pushing in. Mad Cat has the Groza right now that could be coming in pretty handy for the close quarter combat. Things are pretty slow once more. Are they going to wait for the next minute to pan out? Or are they going to move in and go head to head? Mad Cat can't afford to take things too slow, but he decides to pill up, drinks, looking to get the full recovery and regenerates out from this mess. And once more, Wasabi. This is just going so slow, getting played down to the T.
Very, very slow indeed. But again, they are only a couple of steps away from each other. It's just going to be a matter of who's going to be able to line up those shots better when the time comes. But look at this, we're going to get this perspective of each of the players, Mad Cat versus Akaz, and the question is who is going to be able to spot each other first. But with both of them slowing things down, just playing near the ground and not moving too much, it looks like we'll have to be waiting a little longer here, Warden. We are not seeing too much movement by any of those players, and it seems that we're going to have to wait till the zone forces them together as we slowly inch closer towards that 30-minute time mark. And right now, as you can see, the circle actually being on the verge of not including them. So I think that's going to force them to move just a little bit towards the center as both of them are on the border.
Next to each other, chest to chest, head to head, nose to nose, eyes to eyes. How sweet. But it's just all going to come down to the impatientness of these two players once more. And I want to see this battle out. But they're just ensuring once more that they have enough resources to invest themselves into the battlefield. This is the zone closing in. Second to the last time. Who will reign supreme? Who will win this off is the question. One may stand up, one may fall, one may rise. And they are still waiting for things to play out. So slow, close, but no cigar. And now we wait. We wait and we wait. They're just next to each other. Akaz, if he goes for a spray down, commits for the spray down, that's going to be it. I don't think Mad Cat is aware of the situation right now. But once more, only 18 seconds left to let the pressure boil on. And they want to play this one until the very end. Mad Cat in a clear disadvantage right now. With only 4 elims. One for the side of Akaz of NB Esports. Could double it down. But the question is, when is it going to happen?
That is the question right now, and well, only the players can answer that on when they will decide to push into the match. But right now, the zone is putting more and more pressure on them, and any moment now, they are going to be forced to move in as we enter into stage 9. Right now, you can see they're crawling their way to the center, not really seeing each other just yet. And you're right, the players on the side of GSM, Mad Cat, he's going to have a little bit more eliminations than Akaz, but it's going to be a matter of who spots each other first. And look at this. They are so
Woo!
close to spotting one another. It's just a matter of the grass covering them. Shots come through. Mad Cat gets the kill. GSM going to win the final match of the tournament, end of the night. Winner, winner, chicken dinner going to the side of GSM.
Despite them struggling to make an impact for this very event, but they ended off with a banger. That's what we like, CMF. X GSM owning the last chicken dinner.
And well, this just closes up our tournament for tonight. And congratulations again to the players on the side of CMF GSM for winning that last final game. And of course, getting a couple kills to their side. Now, we were all looking to see what exactly will happen. They played the time, played it slow, but played it right.
Yeah, I mean, lovely wording right there. And honestly, I'm just proud for CMFX GSM. A lot of doubters want more, but this is exactly how you want to end off your games, with a W, with another W, and with a C and a D. It's gonna be a winner chicken dinner.
Congrats again to these players, and guys, that's going to unfortunately be the end of our game. And we are gonna finally see the team statistics of the game. As you can see here, Mad Cat getting 5 eliminations, Memo here getting 2 as well, and it looks like a couple of the other players not going to do as well, but that totals to 8 eliminations for the team.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a wrap up for this one right here, guys. Once more, last win here given for a set of CMF X GSM. I think we might just be able to see more from them as we move over to the next few tournaments that they are going to be participating into. And I want to see more, honestly. When you end things off with a banger, you're most likely going to be able to do more things here with the next opportunity that you will be granted to. So, CMF XGSM, all eyes on you.
And that is a great way to end the game. Sometimes we haven't seen that much impact from this team, but nonetheless, they were able to step up their game in the last and final match of the tournament. And right now, this is going to be the match leaderboards, or the points earned for that last and final match. And as you can see here, GSM got 8 eliminations and 10 placement points as well, adding up to a total of 18. Genesis Esports at 12, Precision Evos at 11, Hail Esports with 10 eliminations, no placement points, but still able to make it up there in the scoreboard. 4 Miracle Vibes and 141 Official with 9 each, NB Esports at 7, IHC at 6, Salwart Esports at 4, Morph GPX at 3, Yodo Alliance and Vampire Esports at 1, but unfortunately, Agonai 8, Outer Egos, Aries, and D Savior got nothing for this game.
Well, it's all right. At the end of the day, the spotlight is already aimed up to CMF XGSM. You can only get one spotlight directly to one person. So, hey, you get good nights, you get good days. You can't get the both of it at the same time, not unless there's a solar eclipse, of course. But hey, this is the top damage dealers here. 8 for the side of CMF XGSM, 7 for the side of Genesis Esports, 9 for the side of Procedure Evils, 10 for the side of Halo Esports, and 5 for the side of Four Miracle Vibes.
And of course, the top damage dealers among these teams is going to be the players of Hail Esports. They got a total of 10 kills in that one game, but not too far behind. It's gonna be Precision Evos as well as GSM. But for Miracle Vibes with the 5 kills, I don't really know exactly if that's going to be enough to catch up to Stalwart Esports, considering that they were on the top last time we saw that overall leaderboards.
The champions is gonna be Salwart Esports for the overall week 2 as well of the main event of the Duo League 2023. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Stalwart Esports for not only winning week number 2, but also week number 1. And if the math is correct, that just means that they're also going to be number 1 on the overall. And well, I think for most of the people here, they were already seeing this coming. Salwart Esports just made an amazing comeback in the last couple of days, pulled up their points, and brought it into the match.
Yeah. Was it unexpected? Obviously not. But yeah, this is gonna be the overall standing here for you guys. Salwart Esports, they made the difference with 193 points, 187 for the set of Four Miracle Vibes.
And look at that. for Miracle Vibes, just losing by 6 points in this overall leaderboards. But on a little bit of a bigger gap, Sam9 is going to be at 146 points, Alter Egos at 137 points, Bigatron Red Villain going down by only 2 points, 135 for them, Agon I8 at 130, GSM at 124 after that last match we just saw, and 141 Official climbing their way to page number 1 at 120 points.
And on the next page, we're going to be seeing the batch of FaZe Clan alongside with the rest of the competition. I don't exactly know what to say anymore because, the spotlight here is just rightfully owned by the side of Salwart Esports. But let's talk about it. DXavier in 114, Hail Esports on 113, Genesis Esports in 108, NB Esports in 103, 97 for the set of Procedure Evo, Sersha IHE, and FaZe Clan. They get this one true, but it doesn't matter. Once more, it's just all about Salwart Esports.
Yep, a very, very dominant game from the side of Salwart Esports, not only in week 1 but also week 2. But what I find quite surprising is that DXavier was able to climb their way to the top of the page number 2 for just from that last match that we saw. But right now, on the MVP race, the person coming out on top and getting an extra $100 to his pocket is gonna be Choconut here with a total of 2.14 MVP points, a total of 34 eliminations in the whole week number 2. Followed by him is going to be East as well as Doc. And unfortunately, only the first place of the MVP race is going to be winning that extra cash.
Well, yeah, congratulations to Salwart Esports once more for owning the spotlight for this one. A lot of things has been proven by them, and there might be some more as well. On to the next page of the Do League 2023. Unfortunately, we're not going to be meeting our other casters here, Wasabi, although we were preparing for it. Unfortunately, it has to hold on to the next run that we will be getting.
Yep, we are going to have to wait for that. But guys, if you want to be able to see those overviews of the placements of each of these teams, don't forget to go check out Esports County as well as Mountain Dew Mongolia. They will be posting all the statistics onto their page. And again, thank you for joining us for this whole ride of a tournament on Mountain Dew League.
Well, it's gonna be it, guys. It is I, Warden, and Wasabi signing out here into this broadcast. Wasabi, I want you to take the last words. Take it away.
And well, I just want to say thank you to everyone behind this tournament, especially to the people in Esports County as well as the production team and all the admins that were working behind the scenes. You guys only see us casters, but there's a whole squad making this tournament possible, and without them we wouldn't be having this broadcast. And again, thank you for getting a Warden and I as well as the other casters to be your voices for this tournament.
Yeah, so till next time, guys. We're gonna be waving our hands goodbye. So thank you all so much for watching. This is Do League 2023 signing out alongside with the casters. Till next time, bye-bye.
We're still here.
I know. It's always going to end like this.
Yes.
Bye-bye. Take care.
No.
We love you, Trigno.
Production.
Maybe
They're playing a prank on us. Yeah. Well, looks like, guys, you're going to be stuck with us for a little bit longer. But as soon as I say that, they're going to end. Bye, guys. Thank you again for joining us.